Hello everybody and welcome to episode 1 of not only KXP, but of the Janus Project entirely. That's right, third person perspective is going to get a head start on the program by being able to be first up in line. And KSP POV will be following suit next Monday. So Mondays and Fridays, this is when we're going to be doing that. We also do RP1 on Wednesdays. And then on the weekend, we do Satisfactory and some other games. But for now, that's all you need to know. If you were sad that the KXP of previous had to be cut short, we are going to be continuing it on our members channel. And that's because it took a lot of work to get there. And I was really enjoying that. And I wanted to keep going myself. But it doesn't exactly fit into our weekly schedule. So we will be we'll be doing it there, so check that out if you want. Anyways, we are going to be starting a new game. This is going to be KXP 2, and we are going to use the flags that I made as a mod. I'm just going to put it up here. I keep struggling every time I try to name it, but there you go. We are choosing the Kerbin flag for now. Once we start moving on to the MUN, we'll choose MUN flags, and so on and so forth. I'm going to go through the changes that I made here. I turned missing crew respawn off because I want our Kerbals to face their consequences of death. We also turn on that Kerbals level up immediately because I just feel that just makes sense. It's logical. There's no reason why a Kerbal could be out on a mission for a very long time and not understand the experience that they've made. Here, these are just the contract packs. I changed a few of them around just based on what we're going to want to do. And comets and asteroids we're not going to want to do. I did forget to leave on the rescue and recovery contracts, which is not going to be helpful. But yeah. Anyways, we're just going quickly to show you that I'm not really changing too much. Here on Crash, we did change the cost adjustment and the altitudes for the simulation. TAC life support we are going to enable, but we are going to turn it down to about roughly halfway of what the default is. After talking with a friend of ours, we decided that there's a need for realism. I want the challenge of TAC life support, but just simply the amount of life support required for just even the minimal missions ends up translating to really, really heavy crafts in later times. And I really want to spend a lot of time going to outer planets and well, just any of the other celestial bodies outside of Kerbin in the sphere of influence. So just giving ourselves a little bit of leeway on some of the stuff, the consumption rates and the max time without will help us out in that journey as well. But of course, we are gonna make them die. We can't. We're gonna live with those consequences. So there is that. I hope you're looking forward to that. On Tourism Expanded, we are going to turn off the deadlines. I commented about it later in later series and earlier series. And then on the vessel notes, we're turning on crewed kill and crew transfer. For some reason, those are checked off by default. But with that, we are going to start off KXP2. So the first thing we have remote tech options. We're just going to go here. We're going to turn off throttle unaffected by, or turn on throttle unaffected by signal loss. We're going to turn off alarms being automatically added to Kerbal alarm clock. And then that is it. We have early bird. We don't really care about that. And earn your stripes. We are going to generate 4 random Kerbals instead of the traditional Jeb, Bill, Bob, and Val. So, yeah, unfortunately, we're going to have all new faces, but that's okay. So first, let's just go ahead and grab our starting contracts to do some science. And unfortunately, I grabbed the wrong one. I choose this launch first vessel, but there was another one that could have been better utilized. But anyways, we're just going to skip ahead. It was just a really boring build, as you will see shortly. The probe required for our first amount of science is literally just a probe with some science tacked on it. So it'll be pretty easy enough. We press the action group to get it. We're going to just keep the experiment and recover the vessel. So 2.5 science isn't enough to get any kind of research unlocked. So we are, of course, going to need to launch our vessel. So we put 2 thermometers on there, and we're going to try to get as much science as possible with as little pieces that we have. All right, here we are with the first launch of the space race that is going to be called the Janus Project. And already KXP is pulling ahead. They have the glory of taking first launch as a milestone. Transmitting the data because there is no parachute on this, so there's no way to safely recover it. I did forget to mention, we are using deferred lighting or deferred rendering, black racks, volumetric clouds, environmental visual enhancements, parallax 2, and something else. Basically as much visual sweep mod as we can get, including the parallax 2 and black racks. So we want to make this as visually stunning as possible to make it worth being in third person. Come on, we gotta reign the championship, right, guys? And with that, our first launch comes to a close. But we've got plenty of work left to do. So now we have some science, 16.2, so we can go ahead and start unlocking things. Very importantly, we need to get parachutes as soon as possible, but this one right here will give us 2 new experiments, the barometer and the onboard camera, as well as a better antenna, which will be good. Unfortunately, we don't have enough science to unlock survivability, which is crucial for returning our vessel safely to the ground, which will be able to get us more science. We do want to deal with planes in this, and it's going to be a good way of getting funds by completing contracts as well as getting science in various areas. So we're going to want to focus some of our science on unlocking that. It'd be cool to have some decouplers that'll make our rockets go higher because we have different stages, as well as needing to unlock better engines. We're playing with unkerbal start, so it's actually going to be quite a bit before we even unlock the swivel engine, so we need to focus on putting our science into that as well. We've got quite a bit in our contract list, but not very much that we can really achieve right now. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to orbit in this episode. We just, like I mentioned about the engines, we're just not capable. So we're going to have to focus on some other stuff, like this build and fly your first airplane. That's going to be a contract that will be good. It'll be pretty easy money. We don't even have to land the thing. We just have to take off. So we'll grab that, but not yet. We can only afford 2 contracts. So we're going to grab the escape the atmosphere and reach the stars. Both of them just require us to break the Kármán line. So back in the VIB, we do have access to a decoupler based from the Corvus mod. However, I feel like that's because it's from such a specific mod and it's meant specifically for the Corvus capsule. I don't feel like it's really fair to use that. So we're not going to. We're going to have no decouplers on this because we don't have the science available for it. So unfortunate, but fair. So, you know, after all, we want to win this space race, but if we do it unfairly, then, you know, is it really a win at all? So let's go ahead and get our stuff on action groups. However, after recording this and after doing the editing, I'm thinking I may rely less on action groups, especially, or maybe specifically, when I can see them on the outside. We should work with the pop-up windows. But anyways, here we are on the launch pad, once again, ready to launch, hoping to break the Kármán line. But either way, we're going to also try to get science from the upper atmosphere. We haven't run any simulations on this. I just kind of made the assumptions that we would be good. Again, no parachutes on this, so keeping the experiments is kind of negligible because we're not going to be able to recover. It's probably going to just explode on impact. But there's no need to transmit the science, even though it's science we don't have yet. There's no need to transmit it because I would much rather transmit the science from a higher altitude, as that is a higher number of science. So we're going to try to transmit that. We can always get low in atmosphere science from an airplane, so I'm not too worried about that. And I don't think we broke the atmosphere. As you can see, we're already at our apoapsis at 21 kilometers, and so that is about as high as we're going to go. But we are in high space right there, so we're not high space. We are in the upper atmosphere, so transmitting is good. We have a little bit of battery left, and so we can come here over to one of our experiments and see if we can't transmit any of the stuff from the previous biome. So we have this one here, but at 33% of the data transmitted, we ran out of battery. So unfortunately, that is all we can do. So now, because there's no parachutes, there is nothing left to do except watch it come home. Thankfully, we're not going to bombard the KSC. It traveled enough of a distance. It's funny, since the rocket traveled straight up, this distance that it covered from the KSC launch pad is essentially the amount of rotation of the planet. A little bit of drift on the rocket's part, but that's what happens when the planet rotates below you. And then just like that, we just safely bonk onto the surface. Before I even know it, I'm flabbergasted at this, but such a beautiful sight to see a fully intact rocket just meters away from the KSC. But I bring up the cheat menu because I just want to check. Like, I just wanted to make sure, like, hey, I didn't have Unbreakable on by any random chance, right? But nope, no cheats on. It's just how it happens sometimes. But we got a bit of science from that because we were able to recover it. I wasn't expecting us to, so we got more than we had expected. So now let's go ahead and unlock survivability. These 2 parachutes alone will revolutionize our flights now, as we can not only recover the science, as I mentioned, but we can recover Kerbals. And when we go and deal with planes, we have the access, or the ability to have emergency landings with those parachutes as well. We're going to grab the fabrication due to the radial decouplers. And then we're going to just pick up some of the smaller pieces. I have these launch pads. I'm not sure what mod they're from, but we may end up utilizing them later once we have bigger crafts. But I'm not experienced in them, so if you've used that mod or you know which mod that is from and you have any tips and tricks, let me know. But anyways, let's hop back into the VAB. We're gonna pop on some radial decouplers here and just triple up the SRB as well as the batteries, so we can get higher and transmit more science for longer. We're adding another thermometer on there to grab in space, and our parachutes. So without further ado, let's try to break that Kármán line. We are launching from the desert today because we were able to grab a little bit of extra science from the launch pad since we hadn't been here before. And in this early game, science is the best way to pull ahead. We haven't even ended the first day yet, but we need to keep in mind that this is a race. This isn't just a series. This isn't just, KXP Season 2. This is the Janus Project. We gotta do better than those first-person IVA players who, just sit in the command room, not enjoying the beautiful world around them. Like, look at this. Look at those clouds. Look at this separation. How can you say no to that? But anyways, we are now on our final stage SRB. We're just going to burn up as much as possible, and hopefully our apoapsis breaks the 70 kilometers, which should be pretty easy. And when it breaks the 70 kilometers, we'll have access to brand new science. We don't have the tracking station upgraded, nor did we put the Kerbal engineer chip on here, so we don't know what our apoapsis is going to be. So all we can do is time warp. We got a quick peek that our contract has been completed, so we are now on our way up. Our apoapsis ended up being somewhere around like 100 kilometers there, so we did get some good science from that. And now all that's left to do is come back down, and hopefully we won't explode from our heating. We did add a heating reentry effects mod. I can't remember the name of it, but it will be in the description in the mod list below in a Google Drive document. I'm going to keep the same mod list for KXP POV as well. So it's going to be the same mod list on both sides. So for both series, you can check that out. If you decide to add those mods or follow along with it, just please read the disclaimer and mod at your own risk. Look at that. Got a storm over there off in the distance. A nice cloudy day here at the desert launch site. I'm gonna pierce through, and I'm hitting the space bar, but for some reason our parachutes are not popping. They are not responsive in the slightest. Oof, ominous. And I can see in the top left that we actually have no connection, so nothing we can do but watch it hit. Fortunately, though, it was only the Probidobidyne that exploded. Everything else is still intact, and it still has the science. So we're going to go to the tracking station and recover it, and that'll be good. Look at that. 48 science from that trip. That would have been awful if we just lost all of that on impact. And so I feel like this playthrough is a little blessed. We're a little lucky right now. Let's go ahead and get our way towards more science experiments, because that's always a good option to invest in. But of course, we are going to want to focus on what we're going to do with the rest of our time in this episode, which is going to be a plane mission. So we're going to want to make sure that we have good enough quality engines and plane parts and all sorts of stuff. Looking at basic construction, that's going to be good as well. All these early nodes, everything is like, well, that's good, that's necessary. Oh, well, that's necessary too. General rocketry will be good. We'll get better SRBs. But for now, we're going to go ahead and pick up early aviation and probably stability too, because that gives us our first crewed vessel. We have the ASET reentry module, as well as the EVA seat. I can't remember the name of it. The ECS. But anyways, we're going to go ahead and unlock that, because we're going to want to put a Kerbal into space next episode if we can. If we can beat the POV into space, that would be even better. But for now, we're going to beat them in flight. So let's go ahead and get our last bit of science. We're going to grab that construction. And we have some money. I'd like to upgrade mission control, because then we can now take more contracts, which will be great. And we have the ability of upgrading the tracking station, which will give us maneuver nodes, but it's a lot of money, and that would take basically all our money. So we're going to upgrade the launch pad instead. And then we're going to hop into mission control. Now, a lot of our missions right now are orbits. So orbit a probe, return it home, get a probe into orbit, as well as the classic orbit Kerbin and orbit Kerbin. So, but we're going to grab this build and fly your first airplane, because that is what we're going to do now. However, we're going to also grab the orbit contracts, because that's what we're going to do in the next episode. Unfortunately, we can only grab 3 of the orbits because we have a max on the exceptional contract. So, but we are going to grab this pointed dish out from Kerbin because once we do get a probe up there, might as well put a dish on it, right? But as you see now, after accepting all those contracts and getting our bonus, we now can upgrade the tracking station. So it all worked out in the end. So anyways, here is our parameters for building the airplane. We can't have any solid fuel, liquid fuel engines, or solid fuel or oxidizer. It has to be an actual plane, not an X-plane. So yeah, so we're going to go use these propellers. I forget which mod this is from, but it's one of the airplane mods. And we're going to use these propellers and make a prop plane. Nothing fancy, nothing different than anything I've really ever done before, so we can just kind of blow through it quickly. We're putting on tail fins. We're going to work on that first, then we're going to put on the side fins, put on the control surfaces, go for the wing, the wheels, make it an actual plane first, and then we'll throw some science on there and call it a day. Well, I guess we put the science on before the wheels. We are going to put on a bathymetry data experiment. That's from D-Magic's Orbital Science, but that is a water-based experiment. So I think we're going to get the science from the runway. We're going to take off and launch to satisfy the contract. We're going to get the science in the space, the air above that. And then we're going to land this, hopefully pretty safely, in the water and collect the science from there using that bathymetry. So 3 sets of experiments in total. Let's put them on the action groups. But like I mentioned before, maybe I will try to rely less on action groups because that will actually... with the POV guys, they have to rely on action groups. They don't have the ability of clicking on the experiments and opening the windows, and so maybe because of the fact that we have that ability, we should stick to that. I don't know. Let me know in the comments below what you think. Let me know how you're enjoying this series. Which one you have more faith? Oh, real fast. Parallax 2 adds collision to a lot more objects. So previously we'd be able to fly straight through those trees, but now we got to be a lot more careful. But anyways, let's go ahead and finish up this plane. We're going to throw on some Communitron 16s onto the wing so we can transmit our crew reports. And lastly, we're going to add some control to all the surfaces. But that is it. We've got the prop plate 1. Let's go ahead and get on the runway and up in the air. Our pilot today, when last Kerbin, first Kerbal in any kind of capacity to do anything in our program, and she has successfully lifted off from the ground, achieved flight and stability, has total control of her vehicle, and has now earned the milestone of first in flight. So let's go ahead and do the science flying at Kerbin. Collect all of those things. We're going to transmit our crew report and keep everything else. So now our contract is completed. So now all we got to do, it doesn't require us to land safely, but of course we are going to keep our Kerbal alive by landing safely. So let's go ahead and find a nice place to slow down and land. We have parachutes, so we're not without the ability of slowing down that way. But let's go ahead and do some banking maneuvers to kind of bleed off some of that speed. We are coming down a little fast, so let's pull up. Let's go ahead and stage our parachutes. Actually, before that, we're gonna shut down our throttle. I realized even though we had our throttle at 0, our engine was still running, which was giving us some sort of propulsion. But with that, we have safely touched down in the water. MODLIST may have hit her head a little bit on the steering wheel, or the joystick, but nonetheless, alive and well. Gave us 49.8 science, which is magnificent. And we are using the Final Frontier mod because it is fully updated now and usable, so I'm loving that, because our Kerbals will get little badges of honor for their milestones. But yeah, I'm excited about that. But let's go ahead and hop into the R&D and just kind of check out what we can get. We are, of course, going to want general rocketry, because that leads into advanced rocketry, which is where we get our first kind of in-space vacuum engines. So we're going to go ahead and grab that as well. That only leaves us with 5 science, but that's okay. We're going to just unlock some of these little 1-point pieces and call it a day. But in the next episode, we are going to work on trying to get ourselves orbital. So having those better engines right off the bat is going to be good for us. But for now, this is where we are going to call our first day. I believe that was a major success, and we are going to toss the ball over to the KXP POV people. And on Monday, you'll get to see their episode 1 of the Janus Project as well, as we push forward on our goal to plant a flag on every celestial body. So let us know what you think of this episode and the project. Let us know which side you favor more. Here are our milestones achieved. We're going to put these at the end of the episode for anyone who achieved any. But anyways, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KXP. If you did consider joining our channel members, think about subscribing. Drop me a like. Let me know your thoughts, and I will see y'all in the next one. Take care. Hello everybody, and welcome back to KXP. It was unfortunate to see that those over at the POV side of the world decided that they couldn't build their own planes, and they decided to steal ours. So it just kind of, we forgive them. It's okay. It's just a plane, they can have it if they want. But it just goes to show that the stakes of this space race are higher than we had anticipated, because the race for milestones, we took it for granted. We started first, so we were first in flight, first in past the Kerbin line, and it's not our fault that they had to resort to nefarious means. But nonetheless, we are going to keep our head high, and we're going to continue to build. We're just going to do so with a little bit more security. So we're going to take some missions here that will give us a few parts that will be very helpful. But the ultimate goal for today, for today's episode, is to get a probe into orbit, be the first in orbit, and then to return it safely back to the surface of Kerbin for a large amount of science. So this is actually, that's all we're going to focus on in today's episode. So we're going to spend a short amount of time building. It doesn't take me long to create a craft that can successfully complete this contract. It's a pretty typical craft, as you may have seen in any of our other series. The one downside is that since we're using unkerbal start, we have access to a lot lower tech engines, a lot less thrust, a lot worse ISP sort of thing. Whereas in a typical series, we would be achieving orbit with the Terrier engine, and here we are going to have to use the Pug, which is significantly worse. No, not significantly worse. It's just a lesser powered version. Here we are taking everything off of the side tanks in favor of the final stage having a heat shield, and we're going to put a parachute on that eventually, because we do want to retrieve this. We don't have adequate solar panels or communication dishes to make any kind of use out of it, as far as a remote tech satellite. So we're just going to do this in the name of science. We're throwing on some parachutes onto our side boosters to hopefully recover some of that using the stage recovery mod. And we are getting our staging all in order. The Spacely engine, which we're using on the main body, doesn't have a great thrust to weight, so we're going to need the SRBs to help it take off and get to a higher altitude where it actually will have a decent thrust to weight. I thought about putting some solar panels on here at the last minute, but unfortunately we are now overweight for our launch pad limits. We don't have the money to both upgrade the launch pad and launch this rocket, so we're going to have to wait on that. And what you're going to see me doing for the next amount of time is trying to squeeze out as much weight as I can. Let's go ahead and simulate it. It was a pretty great rocket, however we have a few things we can change around, such as removing one of those reaction wheels and putting it dead center. We don't need two of them. We're going to put our Kerbal Engineer Redux chip back on there. We also need an antenna to control it. We didn't have any short-term controlling range before we extended our Commutron 16, so the side one. And then lastly, we're going to throw some batteries on there for a little bit more power for a little bit longer. But all is said and done, we can get this craft onto the launch pad and up in the air. Like I mentioned, we are going to spend the rest of the time on this mission. Getting this craft to orbit was a significant achievement for the agency, so we were going to call it there before focusing on the next big milestone. So there we go. Side boosters have been jettisoned. We don't have a lot of control. As you can see here, we're starting to tilt more to the west than the east, which is not what we'd like. Thankfully, our fins have some control surfaces on there as well, so it allows us to use more than just our gimbal to tip ourselves over. We don't have access to SAS because we're using the Orbital Stay Putnik, and that is just barely enough technology to get a probe into orbit, so asking for anything like SAS is a little out of line. We need to wait till we can get better access to probes, and then we'll have more control. And speaking of more control, if you look in the top left, you can see that the D plus 0.00006 seconds, that is representative of our remote tech signal delay. We're now, at a 0.0007 second signal delay from every time we press a button to when it actually reacts. So as you see here, I'm kind of tilting back and forth, and I have fluid control, no lag at all. But if we were at, say, Joule or Duna, there would be a more significant delay. I believe Duna has like a 3 or 4 second delay, maybe even more. But so that means if I want to stage my rocket around Duna, I will press the space bar, and then 3 seconds later it will stage. And then say I want to shift slightly to the east, just ever so slightly to the east, so I tap on the D key a couple times. It's like, oh, tap it over just a little bit. It's going to take 3 seconds for each one of those taps. And so, more importantly, if we are now careening down to the surface of Duna and we're trying to land, we have a suicide burn countdown. If I hit the space bar, or if I hit the Z key at the point that I need to, the exact moment that I need to, I will be 3 seconds late. So, and each planet, depending on where you are in the solar system, has a different signal delay. Obviously, around Kerbin, around Minmus, and the Mun, there's a very low signal delay, so it doesn't really matter, but later it will. It's going to be a challenge to fly with remote tech, but it's a lot of fun. So we're going to go ahead and burn. We have quite a lot of fuel in the tank, 4.5 minutes of burn time available. Our apoapsis is 91 kilometers, which could be better, but we'll just take it for now. I'm doing some science, and I'm doing them via the action window. As I mentioned in the last episode, we kind of gave a thought to it and realized that since we are in third-person perspective, and we have the ability to click on the experiments and collect them, maybe we should limit ourselves to that and limit our action groups to other things that we have less control of. I may still make action groups for science means, simply because sometimes it'll be a lot easier to just program in a single action group than to try to collect all the data in a matter of seconds via each window. But regardless, we are going to try to utilize the things that make third-person perspective, and that is all the different windows and information we have available. The first-person perspective, POV, they have a lot harder time, so might as well give ourselves the added challenge. There's no ill will towards the POV, you know. They just needed a plane. They needed to do some quick science. I don't blame them. The punishment that the managers of the space race gave to them, I feel it was a little unfair, but they took it in stride, and they'll be showing you what they do with that next on Monday. But for now, let's focus back on the KXP milestone of orbiting. Our periapsis is now passing negative 250 and rising, and soon it will be into the positives and we will find ourselves in orbit. As long as we can push forward and not fall back into the atmosphere. Very monumentous occasion here. Everyone at the KSC is jumping with joy and is excited. But of course, we have to make sure that we don't count our chickens before they hatch, because until we see the camera wobble, we're not in orbit. Even with the camera wobble, as you see there, our periapsis is only slowly climbing up to the Kármán line. Our apoapsis is rapidly climbing up to 1,000,000 meters, but we still haven't reached orbit yet. But slowly but surely, we rise to 68, 69, and then there we are. We have successfully made orbit, unceremoniously, just a few hundred meters above the Kármán line. But there we go. We've completed 2 of the 3 contract we had, but the third one we need to bring it back home for study. Thankfully, our apoapsis is in high space, so we are going to be able to get 2 biomes worth of science here. So I'm going to try to plot in my return trajectory, but we don't have a lot of fuel, so I'm going to just make a slight adjustment, a slight radial adjustment, and that will be enough to get us back. However, we don't have any connection to the KSC anymore. We've gone too far away, so we're going to time warp a little bit until we reach the next ground station, and that gives us connection there. So we're going to regain control of the probe. We need to plot in our maneuver and then plot it in and plug it in to the flight computer, so that way it can handle it for us automatically. I just needed to see, though, which direction to point, and that was enough to let me do it manually. I don't know why I was, I remember why. In the flight test, sometimes I would lose control of the engine, and I didn't want that to happen. I wanted to come down at a reasonably controllable altitude. So, burning radial out just enough to get us down to 52 kilometer periapsis. So now that we still have connection, we're going to want to plot in our controls to do at the high space location. And what that is I plugged in the numbers into my calculator because the delay is only by seconds, and I'm going to want 33 minutes of a delay. And so I put in the delay, and as you see here, I'm now clicking on all the different sciences, but instead of running the sciences right now, it is putting it into a delay. So in 32 minutes and 57 seconds, we will have done all of our science. And then after that, I press the space bar because I want, once the science is done, I want the lower fuel tank to be staged off, and for our heat shield to be exposed, so that way all that is left to do is come back through the atmosphere and collect our probe. So now let's go ahead and time warp our way to the apoapsis, and if all goes according to plan, all the science will be done and the stage will be done automatically. And it'll do it whether or not we have control of the probe or not. I recently figured out how to adjust the setting in Planet Shine, so I'm pleased to announce that in future episodes, when we come to the dark side of the planet, we will no longer be looking solely at a black screen like that. There's a lot of realism in not being able to see any light reflected off the craft, but there's also some realism in the fact that light comes from everywhere in the universe. But as you see here, we do actually have control. We do have signal here, but as the flight computer ticks down, it just goes through each one of the commands until it reaches the end. And there we have it. We now are left to our own devices to come back into the atmosphere. Our heat shield is pointed retrograde, and hopefully that will hold steady enough that once we come back into the atmosphere, it will still be pointed retrograde. But again, if we don't have control, then we already have it plotted into flight computer, so hopefully the computer will take over where we couldn't. And so now time warp has been killed and we are coming back through the atmosphere. As you can see, we have no connection, but the probe is turning itself retrograde using the flight computer. And it looks like it's going to hold, at least until we put any other signal in, if any other command in, if we were to have signal. But we don't, and we won't. The parachutes have been staged, so they will go automatically. Hopefully they don't pop too soon and catch on fire and disappear. If that happens, then this probe is probably just going to crash into the surface. And though we will have successfully achieved the first milestone of first orbit and return will not be ours. And we want to go for both this time. So we've got a fairly shallow trajectory. 56 is, I typically like to come in much lower than that, but because of how small this probe is, I didn't think it would be too much of a problem. I feel like it'll slow down well enough that we might be able to get this in the first pass. But if we don't, that's okay. We've got plenty of battery on it. The command has already been sent. The parachutes have already been armed, so if we have to make another pass, then that'll be okay. It is a little unsettling that the mystery goo containers, the solar panels, the battery, and the parachute are all exposed on the outside of the heat shield, but thankfully they seem to be managing well enough without overheating. But if they start to explode, I feel like a chain reaction is going to happen, and this probe will be done for. And with that little camera shift, we now know that our periapsis is within the atmosphere and will be slowly pointed into the surface of the planet. And yep, we have a negative periapsis, as you see. We also had some heat gauge warnings up on our heat shield, but they were going slowly enough that we didn't have to worry. And even if we did, there's not really much we can do about it now. Everyone back at the KSC waits on weighted breath. I'm glad that we're coming through and we'll be landing on the day side. We'll be able to see it all the way down. Picking up a little extra heat. We must be going through the thickest part of the atmosphere now. Nothing else really to say. Just gonna watch this come down. It was a good enough mission, a world's first in the series at least. You know, oh, there goes our Communitron 16 that broke off the top, but nonetheless, not a problem. But yeah, with that, we have now passed through the fiery parts of the atmosphere. We're all set. Our parachute did not pop early and catch on fire, but it does pop pretty soon, a little sooner than I would have anticipated. I quickly put the HUD back on to see that it is yellow, so it's not red, so it's not in danger of breaking, but it is precarious. So next time, hopefully, we'll be able to better rate our parachutes for a lower landing, a lower deployment. I like them to come around now is when they should deploy, especially for small weight crafts like this. But nonetheless, our parachute has popped open and slowed us down to a crawl. We are gonna land in the water, which means that we have an extra tolerance of we could be going a little bit faster than we could over land and not break up. So I am very satisfied with how this mission had gone out. Once we touch down, we will have successfully completed 3 contracts and achieved 2 first milestones in the world's first milestones for the Janus Project, and pretty excited about that. You know, we are pulling ahead from POV. We are achieving some things that they aren't. Yep, see, as you see here, no connection to the probe. And we also created our first bit of space trash, which is unfortunate, but nonetheless, a little booster out in space. Its periapsis might be below the surface of the atmosphere, so it may come in eventually, so that's good. But for now, let's go ahead and collect our probe. We're going to take a quick look and see. Yes, we did. We got 3 missions completed. So let's recover our probe. Let's check out the rewards we got. The science, 85 points of it, bringing us to 113. So that is pretty good. But anyways, to finish the thought that I had is that true, we are getting milestones. We're getting the milestones that POV can't, as far as first in space, first in flight, first in orbit. And part of that is because we went first. But you know what? We also worked hard. We worked hard and unlocked science in a very considerate and wise manner. And so that way we were able to unlock the parts necessary to get ourselves to orbit. So we can't feel bad about taking those milestones away from them. You know, I think we earned them. And I think you agree with me. If you don't, let me know in the comments of either this video or the POV, whichever one you like better. And I'll see you there. But anyways, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KXP. If you did, think about subscribing. Drop me a like, let me know your thoughts, and I will see y'all in the next one. Take care. Hello everybody and welcome back to KXP. I was pretty excited to see how well this space race is going. In the last episode of POV, they rushed forward and pushed a Kerbal out into space. Jebediah Kerbin, you know, the hometown hero threw himself out into space onto an EVA walk, and then back on a suborbital hop. So our agency was pretty impressed with that, but we still want to be pulling ahead in our milestones. So today we are going to try to focus on getting a Kerbal into orbit and snag that milestone. They also have been doing pretty well with planes, and so we're going to do a plane mission. But first and foremost, let's get some money, easy contracts, testing some things on the launch pad and right off the launch pad will be a nice way of keeping our funds high. A lot of our missions want us to start pursuing the MUN, but we're not quite there yet. And I want to take this rover deployment mission, but I feel like it's bugged, so we're not going to. But anyways, we made this tiny little SRB disposable rocket. It's got some dynamite on top and a Corvus decoupler on bottom. Quick hit of the spacebar satisfies that contract. And then when we launch up, we're going to go ahead, we hit run test, which is enough to satisfy the contract. But I was thinking that it was going to explode, so I hit explode. And I was thinking that I was going to self-destruct the whole rocket, but I should have hit self-destruct for that. So instead, we created a small missile aimed at the Kerbals at the tracking station. Thankfully, it doesn't do too much damage, and we're not going to have to repair our facilities anytime soon. But with that, our 2 contracts are done, funds are deposited in the bank account, and we can keep going. So I want to build our first Kerbal in space mobile, but we're going to make it different than POVs. However, we are going to use the same capsule. One benefit of this space race is that we'll have access to the same technology. It's not as stringent as a real world thing where countries don't share the engines that they create their own versions. But we're going to be able to use the same cockpit that they did. And the benefit is they basically tested it for us. So we know that it works, we know how it works, and it'll do us good. But the one problem is because of those wings that it has, it gives it an awkward center of lift. So we're going to have to fix that as well. It was a good test, but I would like a little more oomph off the takeoff. So we're going to throw on these small hammer SRBs. We're going to throw some parachutes on there as well to hopefully recover some of the costs. Go ahead and do simulation. All is good with this. We're going to go ahead and name this the first in orbit. Should be first Kerbal in orbit because we've already made orbit before with a probe, but nonetheless, this craft is capable of making orbit, which is what I wanted to see before spending any of my science, because these 2 nodes will help us get into orbit. But if we could do it without that, then that means we could spend that science elsewhere first. And we're going to put it here into the basic science for the Science Junior and all the other parts of it. It's only 45 points, so we have more to spend. We're also going to get enhanced survivability. Not only does it give us the access to the service bay to keep our science nice and protected, but it also gives us early life support canisters, small little canisters that'll keep our Kerbal alive. So just in case something goes wrong with our Kerbal in orbit mission, we can keep her alive long enough to rescue her. I debate on the Onion reentry module for a little bit, but I said I'm going to hold off. I can't afford that right now, but we're going to hold off on that and see what else we can get. So now that I know that this can get in orbit, it's time to put all the science on there that we can, get everything collected, make this the most useful journey possible. Let's put a Probidium on there so that way we can use remote text flight computer to automate some of this. With the current life support, we have about 89 days of life support, so that should be good enough. And because we haven't upgraded our astronaut complex, we cannot do an EVA off Kerbin's surface. So we're going to just put this little science collector unit on there and automatically collect all the science without who is this? Wenloss, I believe her name is, without her having to go out on EVA. As much as I would like to start copying some of those aspects, because you know they got the glory of an EVA, but I just don't want to risk our Kerbal right now. And after seeing how difficult it was previously with the POV's EVA, I just, you know, I don't want to take that chance. I want to get the science, I want to get into orbit, I want to come back home. We're going to throw on 2 extra Hammer SRBs and stage them accordingly because, I mean, why go for bigger boosters when you can go for more, right? But of course, I'm not paying attention that little gear in the bottom icon, the little gear in the bottom right corner is orange, saying that we have a problem, and that is because we have too many parts on here. So I start removing things, and I'm close to. I could actually just remove that barometer and thermometer. I forgot to grab them, so in hindsight, it's funny to see that all it took was just grabbing those 2, and we would have been good enough. But I decide it's not worth it to strip down our rocket any further. So we're going to put those parachutes back on, but actually better parachutes, which brings us over our part limit. But we're going to come out here and spend our money and upgrade the VAB so we can now have 250 part maximum. That doesn't leave us with a lot of money though, so hopefully we can start making money from our contracts soon. So the other mission that we have today is we are going to barnstorm the island airfield hangars, and we did this once before in a short video celebrating my first 500 subscribers on the channel. We did a barnstorm in the storm. It was quite fun to see, but that is going to be the mission that KXP works on today. Like I mentioned, we keep seeing them, when I say them, I mean POV. We keep seeing POV doing these pretty awesome plane flights, you know, successful landings, all sorts of things like that. And kind of getting bummed at that. You know, we're beating them in space, but they're beating us in the air. So, you know, we gotta keep up our reputation as good flyers. So we're gonna take this prop plane, get windlass out onto the runway, and we are going to do the barnstorming. Looking at some wheels, but nothing is good enough. We're just going to keep our standard. Yeah, let's get on the runway, get clearance from mission control, get our engines on. Let's take flight. We still haven't upgraded our runway, so it's pretty bumpy here, and because we have the lowest technology wheels possible, it kind of shifts us around a little bit, but thankfully we have enough speed to take off with little problem. Beautiful day to fly as we leave the KSC. We could have technically left from the island runway, but feel that a flight to the island is more appropriate for a mission like this. Also, this whole episode has new music. Not a single track has been used in the pre-Janus Project era. Everything from the airing of the first episode of KXP in this series, from that point on, we've had new music. I've been really enjoying it. There is a bit of a long journey across the ocean, or at least this part of the ocean, to get to the island runway. I probably could have cut the footage up and just put a nice little fade in between our leaving of that shoreline into the approach of the island, but I decided to leave it in because I kind of want to show you just the fact of, like, we're going to be living with our consequences in this series, and you know, win or lose, regardless of how it comes out, we're going to have to accept it. So we're putting windlass on the line here. We're putting her life, her experience, her professional career, and we are going to try to attempt a risky maneuver just for the sake of doing it. As a little refresher, this is part of the 500 subscriber celebration video, and this is what we are trying to do. Fly underneath that airplane hangar, pull up in enough time, and live to tell the tale. So now that we are closer to the island, we're going to go ahead and readjust our approach. I'm going to do a flyby of it real fast. I want to get eyes on our target and really kind of see what kind of lining up I'm going to need to do. I didn't do that in the last time I did this. I kind of just threw myself at it, approached, and had to fix as we went along. But this time I'm going to be a little smarter about it. I thought about landing. You know, we are kind of lined up for it, and that would be our first successful landing of the program, but we're just going to keep our speed going and fly right past it. Landing is hard enough, and if we mess up the landing here, then that's the end of the mission. There's no need. Alright, so I got eyes on the hangar. I didn't turn my camera because I was too worried about crashing, but we do have a good idea of the angle that we're going to need to approach it from. So let's go ahead and take a wide turn, give ourselves enough room. In case you missed it, the series is now using Parallax 2.0 in addition to Blackrock's volumetric clouds and the suite of all the other visual mods, so we are now up to date with every possible one we can. Throwing as much into this to make it as beautiful as possible. So I hope you're enjoying it, and that's one thing about KXP that I love POV, I love being in first person, but I can never give up the third person Kerbal because there's just so much to see around us. But anyways, here we are approaching the island. There is a pretty significant hill in our way. We can't just come to the altitude we need. We're gonna have to hop over it, pull down, pull up, and hope for the best. And with that, winless Kerbin safely and successfully completes her contract. Now, could it have been a better landing? Sure. But was it a landing that she survived? Yes, it was. And so therefore, we're just going to grab her, take her home, and count our blessings on that one. But there's no time to rest on your laurels, winless. Enjoy the ribbons that you have earned, and then get yourself ready for mission number 2. But anyways, here we are on the launch pad. Winless Kerbin once again behind the controls. Getting ready. Let's go ahead and ignite. So the two hammers have enough thrust to weight ratio to lift us off the launch pad pretty easily, which is nice. We don't have to launch all 4 just to move our craft. So that gives us a lot more freedom of movement with our stages. Soon they burn out, we separate, the other 2 ignite, and our parachutes activate, so we should be able to recover the money for those SRBs, just minus the fuel. Alright, so now we're going to start tipping over. This rocket has some pretty decent control surfaces, but the center of lift is a little funky because of the top wings, and those burn out as well. And then they smack together and create some sort of monstrosity as they hook together and parachute down safely. But once again, thrust to weight ratio of over 1.5, so we should have no problem reaching space today. Unfortunately, there is no contract to get a Kerbal into orbit. There is to get into orbit just in general with a probe or otherwise, but we are not going to be making any money for this milestone. But thankfully, we had built up enough in our coffers that it shouldn't matter all that much. And this is a relatively cheap rocket. I'm going to spend the next minute or so messing around with the planet shine controls. I want to get the stars more visible, and I can't remember which one does it. I also want to make sure that my craft is visible because I recently learned that just because you're on the dark side of a celestial body doesn't mean you have to not be able to see anything. So that's pretty nice. I think it'll be good for us going forward because it's always like I want to bring you the realism of the darkness of space, but you know, I also want to not have to show you a black screen for as long as possible. But anyways, I'm starting to get distracted with the planet shine controls, and I'm realizing that I'm quickly approaching my apoapsis as well as the end of the fuel in that tank. So we're going to go ahead and separate. I'm not as high as I'd like to be. Our apoapsis is indeed in space, but I want to be at about 115 kilometers or so before it's starting to circularize. Thankfully, we have quite a lot of delta V. Unfortunately, we do not have a good thrust to weight ratio. 0.52 is practically nothing. However, we will be in space, so it's not nothing, but we're gonna have to be careful with our maneuvers going forward if we want to avoid getting stuck in space. Winless Kerbin, only a fresh-faced pilot not even able to lock to prograde, has to rely on the flight computer to hold ourselves steady for the maneuver. But that's okay. Anyways, the pug fires when it's supposed to according to the flight computer, even though according to our nav ball it says that we still had some time remaining before the burn. But nonetheless, we have 4 minutes of burn time available, roughly a little bit, 4 and some odd minutes, but just enough fuel to circularize a little bit to push us out a little bit farther, and hopefully enough to bring us home. But let's take this one step at a time and get the Kerbal into orbit. I should have done science here. I was in low space. There's really no reason not to, but nonetheless, I don't do that science just yet. I think I was just solely so focused on the mission of getting to orbit. I'm a little bit nervous about what getting to orbit will mean for us, because that means in the next episode, I'm just going to take a quick moment to talk about the series going forward as we circularize. It does take us quite a bit. Like I mentioned, the Pug is not the best. We could have had a better orbit with the Terrier engine, but I'm glad that we spent that science elsewhere. But anyways, the reason why I'm nervous about that is because of remote tech, we don't have the probe control that we do in a standard Kerbal comms network, and so I feel like pretty soon, probably in the next episode, we are not going to be achieving any kind of milestones with any kind of quickness, because we're going to need to start doing the things necessary to move forward, such as setting up a communications network around Kerbin, setting up a scan sat for the Mun, because I want to have a map of the Mun before we land there in any capacity. So we're gonna try to scan the Mun first, and that will give us, we're gonna have to do a flyby before we can do anything. But we may be able to get the milestone of the first flyby of the Mun, but that's only if POV does the busy work that we need to do of getting a satellite into orbit. If they choose to ignore that contract, then they may sneak the first flyby away from us as well. But I don't feel that it's appropriate for us to push past the objective of getting a communications satellite in orbit. And if they want to avoid that and just go straight for the MUN, I mean, good luck with that. You know, this is remote tech. You're not going to be having any sort of, like, yeah, you might fly by the MUN, but are you going to be able to get the science from it? Are you going to have any kind of control? Can you even get your probe back without a network? Yeah, I'd like to see that. But anyways, we are now in orbit. I talked right through that, my whole trash talk. But we are now in orbit, successfully completing the milestone of first Kerbal in orbit. So now what we want to do is push up our apoapsis up to around 1 million meters. And that way we can guarantee that we'll be in high space and we can collect high space science. And getting ready to burn. And there we go, 350 some odd meters per second out of our 690. Not too bad. Hopefully that'll be plenty to bring us back down to the surface. If I were to do this mission again, I think I would extend my apoapsis on the other side of the planet. I really didn't want to land in the darkness, and the way that we're setting up our periapsis means that if we tried to come in at our periapsis, then we will be landing in the darkness. As you see, we're heading towards nighttime. The sun is behind us, so if we'd be coming through the atmosphere here, then we would be coming in on the dark side. But anyways, we got our apoapsis up to the 1 million meters that we want. We've got 307 meters per second delta V left in the tank, and as long as we burn retrograde at our apoapsis, that should be enough to drop our periapsis the handful of kilometers necessary to get back into the atmosphere. Pretty happy with this. And because we are now in orbit, MODLIST is now it shows 2 stars, but she's actually a 1-star pilot. But for the remainder of this mission, she will have the abilities and knowledge of a 2-star pilot. See what I mean here? We're on the dark side of the planet, and in previous episodes the craft would be plunged into darkness, but here we can still keep an eye on it and look at all the different pieces, so pretty happy with that. But now that we're in space high, we can go ahead and do all of our science. The material science alone nets us almost 40, which is nice to see. Crew reports, target scanners, mystery goo, magnetometer, all good stuff. And so now what I should do next is collect all the science into that science collection unit. However, I will not do that until later. And not the best move, but you know, you live and you learn, or you live at any rate. And hopefully we'll remember to be able to do that next time. So now that we are at our apoapsis, there's no need to do a full second pass. We are in orbit. That's all you need for the milestone. We don't have to spend a day up in space or a full circularization. So we're just gonna head back home just in case there's any problems. Now I'm using the trajectory mods to try to predict where I'm gonna come in, and I'd love to land at the KSC. I wouldn't love to live there. That'd be awful. But I'd love to land at the KSC. And so I'm using the trajectories mod to look it up, but I should have aimed for the X, not the red line. Typically it's the red line we want to aim for, but I was far enough away that trajectories was accounting for the rotation of the planet. So that X is where the KSC would have been when we finally get there. So we are going to be coming in short of the KSC, unfortunately, but what can you do? Momentarily, we saw a jewel in the background. That was kind of fun to see. We're going to time warp our way down back to the surface. Like I mentioned before, I didn't do the science in low space, so we're going to try to grab that before we come back, before we break the Kerbin line. And we're flying over the desert biome. Pretty soon we're going to pass by the POV crew. Maybe they got their eyes up on the skies, their telescopes trying to spot us. We'll wave high regardless. Windless Kerbin is just having a blast. So here I am collecting all the science. Then I run the experiments once again. So now we are in space near Kerbin. Material science only gives us 25, but good nonetheless. And then I make the fatal mistake. I don't even realize until the editing process I never collected that science. The science in space near, never grabbed it. Oh well. But now that Wendless is a 2-star pilot for at least the remainder of this flight, she can actually lock to orbital out, which will help us on our return trajectory, because we do have a heat shield on our retrograde, but the Mark 1 reentry capsule has a heat shield on the full bottom of that. So by pointing radial out, that points our heat shield bottom retrograde. Anyways, the heating effects come in. We're coming in at a very steep angle, so we're gonna be coming in very fast and hot. And we staged our lower side pretty low into the atmosphere, so it's gonna be with us as we re-enter. And after seeing KSP POV's craft get hit by their lower stage, I'm a little nervous right now as I see that piece in front of us. Having a nice flat, wide surface to spread out the air molecules helps us slow down pretty easily, which I'm happy to see, and once again our heating has dissipated. We are fairly far away from the KSC. Like I mentioned, I should have looked at the X as opposed to the line, but we'll try to keep that in mind next time. Right about now, I was thinking, oh, it'd be cool to land over on that piece of land there instead of the ocean. Maybe I can get a crew report or something. And I could have done it, actually. That's what this capsule is meant to do, is glide. But I was not thinking of, I should have unchecked lock to prograde. And then I could have just kept myself at an angle and it would have glided over there with no problem. But because I locked to prograde, I was rocking back and forth and didn't have the control I wanted. So once again, learning from our mistakes, and you know, POV will now see this footage and they'll learn from ours as well. Once again, putting back challenge into this space race. But with that, our parachute has fully deployed and we are now coming home safely. I'm pretty happy with this episode, how it came out. We got one major milestone. The Barnstorm isn't going to count for the Janus Project's milestones. You know, all that is just completing a contract in a cool way, but I wouldn't say is crucial to the space race itself. So the only milestone we made is this one right here, but once again, this was a pretty huge one. I'm looking forward to the challenge of what this means before. I know I said that I was nervous about what this will mean going forward, because we're going to have to take a step and slow down and work on probes, but I'm excited to push forward. This is only episode 3 and we got a Kerbal in orbit already. Very stoked. And I hope you are as well. Let me know what you've been thinking about this Janus project. If you watch both KXP and POV, which one you like more, or which one you're secretly rooting for. But yeah, let me know. I'd love to hear from you. But anyways, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KXP. If you did, think about subscribing. Drop me a like. Let me know your thoughts, and I will see y'all in the next one. Take care. Hello everybody, and welcome back to KXP. I was glad to see that the POV people took a step back from aggressively pursuing the milestones to work on getting a satellite up in space, and that was pretty cool to see. If you missed it, check out last Monday's episode. But today in KXP, we're going to kind of follow suit and get our own communications network up, but we're going to try to go for a 3-satellite system. But that will be a little bit later in the episode. First off, we're going to take a quick look at our missions. We've got 2 that we are going to do, and then 2 of these little tester missions that we're just using to get the part in advance. But we're going to want to do some more missions and try to get some milestones eventually. Not in today's episode. Today is actually going to be a little bit more of a simple. We're going to kind of just work on this remote tech contract to get 3 satellites up in orbit. We're going to need a satellite communications network if we're going to pursue the MUN, because we're going to need to be able to have full probe connection all the way out there. So I'd like to get multispectral scans done of the MUN and Kerbin. We're not going to go to Minmus. It wants us to scan Minmus, but I believe that's just a little too advanced for us right now. We have 98 science, and I do know the first thing I want to spend that in is the propulsion systems, and that's for the Terrier liquid fuel engine. Separatrons too are pretty nice, but we're going to want that in order to more efficiently get into orbit. However, we're also going to want the lifting engines that are also 90 science. So we're going to build a quick little science rover, kind of inspired by the POV science rover, but extended out since we have the money that they didn't. But we're going to put a command seat on here at first, but eventually we're going to switch it out. But the main idea is that we're going to have enough experiments on here to visit nearly every biome on the KSC, the launch pad, the crawlerway, the VAB, tracking station, etc. All the different places at the KSC, we're going to collect every piece of science we can. So we're going to start off with a science junior and a thermometer, followed by a mystery goo containment unit. We're going to put a press mat barometer on there as well. And then in command and control, there's a science experiment called the onboard camera. Grab that. And then lastly, we are going to put on a magnetometer boom right there in that free space once I find it. There we go. And then that is all the science we can do. We're going to grab this pickup unit, but we're not actually going to need that. So let's go ahead and copy that. And then we'll take the 2 of those and copy it again. And one more time to get 6 biomes worth. There's actually more than that, but we already collected some of the science from the runway. I don't know that we've collected all of it, but we're only going to make it 6. I didn't want to deal with too unwieldy of a craft. I didn't want it too long. But 6 should be enough to gather all the remaining science that we need. I'm switching out from the seat because we're going to need to take crew reports, and in order to store them up, we're going to actually have to remove the crew report from the seat, so it just wasn't going to work. So I removed that in favor of a probe only controlled rover. But like I mentioned, we're going to want those crew reports, and in order to get that, we're going to need a Kerbal in the seat. So once we get all of our stuff on action groups, we'll work on getting a cockpit added to this as well. But I'm just putting each of these little sections on their own action groups, so that way I can just arrive at the destination I need to be at, and then activate the science. So yeah, I put this control unit back on, but We're not going to really use it. I do like how it looks though. Kind of covers that gap. This isn't meant to be the prettiest craft. It's just meant to be utilitarian, get what it needs done, and nothing more. I put those extra side wheels up on the top of the craft, kind of sticking out. They're not meant to touch the ground. They are solely just to keep our vehicle from tipping over. So there we go. I'd like to put some lights on it just because it's going to be an early morning science crawl, but alas, we don't have any available. So here we are on the launch pad. Tomini Kerbin is ready to do all the science available. And let's just get started. So we get him out on EVA. We're going to have to take the data, do an EVA report, and then hop back into the cockpit. Alright, so we've got our first biome done. Let's go. I just want to take a moment as we drive around, just take a look at some of the lighting that from the deferred rendering mod. Like as we see the sun, when it peaks up a little bit later, we'll see the reflection off the back, off that gold foil engine right there. And we'll be able to see the shadows on the sides of the building looking really cool, and just the movement of the light in general. It was pretty awesome. Alright, with the VAB done, we are moving on to the tracking station, which once it's fully upgraded actually has even more biomes. Each one of those little satellite dishes becomes its own biome as well, so you can do even more science. Now get back in our seat and be careful not to hit that. But check out the shadow right there as they come along. That's from the deferred lighting or deferred rendering mod, and you can see the light source moves in the gold foil engine based on which direction it's coming from. It's just gorgeous. We are, if you may have missed the last video, we are going to be adding the new Firefly mod, the Re-entry Particle Effects mod by Mirage Dev. I think it's pretty awesome, and we tested it and it does work with our series, so we have no fear of messing up our progress. So I'm pretty excited about that. So that should be activated by the next episode. The next episode of KXP, not Monday's POV episode. That one has already been recorded, and it's a pretty interesting one, but we'll talk more about that later. But anyways, we're coming up to our last biome, which is the admin building, and we're just gonna bring ourselves there safely, do the science, and hopefully not scare Werner von Kerbin too badly. But there we go. Tomini Kerbin got his first mission done. I believe he's the scientist, so he got his first mission done, and coming on home. He recovered over 139 science, which will be plenty for us for what we need to do today. So pretty happy with that. We're not going to be able to do that again for a while because we've researched all the science that we have available, but once we have new experiments, we can grab a little extra from there. So just taking another quick look at our contracts, we can complete the two today, point a dish out from Kerbin, as well as the communications network of 3. But we are going to right now unlock this heavy rocketry, so we have a much better lifting vehicle going forward. There's quite a few things in general construction that I'd like. The struts being one, the radial decouplers being another, better fuel tanks. You know, there's a lot of good stuff here. We're also going to want to get better planes soon, and of course a nice rover body would be nice. But ultimately, oh yeah, we can't spend any in the life support, which I really wish we could have. But ultimately we are going to go with gizmos here because it will give us better quality solar panels and communication dishes, which will be immediately useful. So we're going to do that. I am thinking about getting the Onion reentry pod. It's a pretty cheap Kerbal capsule, so we can potentially do some more advanced missions soon. But For now, let's go ahead and build our communication satellite. We're going to first prototype it, and then we're going to create a rocket that can contain 3 of them in an attempt to launch the whole network in a single launch and get it all situated. I'm glad we got the better solar panels, because we now no longer have to rely on the static just side mounted panels. Now we can actually have rotating ones. That Gizmos tab also gave us access to those communication dishes, which have, I believe they're 50 millimeters, something like that. So this should be enough to communicate with the MUN. I don't think it can get to Minmus, but it will at least help us out when we're starting to send probes to the MUN. This should be good enough. We check our ampere mod to see that we have enough battery to cover the dark side of Kerbin, and it seemed like we did. That's that little battery icon in the bottom. It's yellow right now. I put these lights on and absolutely forget to use them. It's funny. I didn't even notice it until I was editing that I'm like, oh, I put lights on this thing? But nonetheless, it's not too expensive for some lights, and they're not too heavy, so it doesn't make too big of a difference. But let's go ahead and put this into a sub-assembly, because we're going to want 3 of them. I named it the ComSat V0.5. It's not quite a V1 yet, because I think this will quickly be replaced by better technology and into a higher orbit, so our communications network that will last for a while is going to be better than this one, so I felt like giving it the half-point designation. So I didn't like the clipping of this, so we're now readjusting the communication dishes to be on that side. And since we don't need to power each satellite on its own, we can basically just get it into the orbit we want and then drop it off to let float with no power. So we're going to put the only one engine on the bottom of it, and that's just going to finalize our orbits. But this this Tundra engine, or the engine that comes in the Tundra mod where those fuel tank is from, is only the big size. So unfortunately we have this massive launch vehicle to take up this tiny little payload. So we're going to put a probe core in there, and hopefully we can recover some of the funds of this, and maybe like once we get ourselves into orbit, if we still have some fuel left over, we can deorbit it and get some of the money back. So we're going to put some parachutes on it, but according to our stage recovery mod, it may not be enough, but we will see when it comes down to that time. But for now, we are basically ready to get this out. We are going to do a simulation. We're going to make sure our stages are correct, because they absolutely weren't. That would be bad to see in flight. I've done that before, where you accidentally stage a center satellite and then leave 2 stranded in orbit. It's no good. So here we are in an early morning launch on the launch pad once again at the typical KSC. We are going to be taking advantage of the fact that we have such good communications with our KSC. The fact that POV is off in the desert somewhere, they're not really able to launch probes very well, just because they have such a problem with not signal delay, but not actually having a line of sight on signal. So because of that, because we have the advantage of a working KSC radio tower, we're going to take advantage of that, and this is just going to be a probe launch only. Once again, we are using remote tech, so it is a little more complicated than in stock Kerbal, stock KerbNet, probe control, that sort of thing. But we can explain more of that along the way. I'm just fixated on the real plume, waterfall, which is making the engine plume. It just, on this Tundra rocket, it looks so cool. It's going to get even better later. But I love how the flames actually expand as you go higher up into the atmosphere. Very realistic. So we're going to tilt ourselves over a bit. Our apoapsis is going to be crossing the Kármán line soon. Still got 2,500 meters of delta V in our tank, so we should definitely be able to circularize on this lower lifting stage alone. Alright, our apoapsis is now passing 100. We're going to be shutting off pretty soon at 113 kilometers. We're going to go higher than that with our satellite orbit, but we're just going to circularize here, just get ourselves into a nice parking orbit, and then deal with the specifics of the orbit. I'm going to add a little bit higher of an apoapsis on here. Might as well burn all the fuel that we can. But at the last moment, I bring it down to 370 because I also don't want to I want to make sure that I don't bring the satellites out of range and that they can't communicate simply just because they're too far away. But thankfully, we still have signal to the KSC, so we're able to control all of this. We plotted in our circularization burn, and so even if we were to lose communication now, we're still going to be able to make it to orbit, so that's good. So we got a minute left until the burn. We're just going to tip over, get a nice view of the Mun. Excited to see it up close and personal. It'll be the first time we've seen the Mun since adding Parallax 2.0. And pretty excited about that. And with that, our engine kicks on, and this beautiful squarish orange plume. And it's pretty cool. You'll see when the maneuver ends, it actually kicks off a green hue right there at the end. Chemical reaction of the gases expelling. But I think they did a wonderful job on this, not just in the waterfall mod because of the colors, but just a lot of the Kerbal modding community in general. I was looking over the Firefly mod, and it's really cool to see that the colors... Wait, green. There we go. That's so cool. But yeah, the colors of the reentry effect are dependent on the chemical makeup of the atmosphere. So different planets will give you different colors and different reentry effects. I think that's really cool, and that it just speaks to the Kerbal modding community in a whole. Is just the fact of what kind of details and attention they pay, to the details. Excuse me. On these things to just make it so realistic, and sometimes you forget that this game is like over a decade old, but it just still looks so stunning. But anyways, let's go ahead and time warp our way to our maneuver to bring out our orbit into a higher parking orbit, which will be good enough for our communications network. Tiny little puff, and that's all it took. We only have 221 meters per second of delta V left, but that'll be enough to get ourselves into our looped orbit, into a highly elliptical one that will hopefully spread out the distance between this satellite and the next. It's cool to see that we still have signal full control of our craft, which is nice. I honestly didn't expect that. The fact that we don't have any communication network up at the time, so it was really surprising to see that we've had connection this entire time. Alright, so we time warp our way to the other side of the planet, getting ourselves ready for our maneuver. And there we go, pushed down. I saw this orbiter debris, and for a second there, I thought it was part of this launch right here, so I was waiting to watch it burn up in the atmosphere. Only to see that it did not, and that's just because it was from our first orbiting craft. We came around the other side of the planet, and now we have signal with the KSC once more. So we're going to go ahead and plot in our maneuver to circularize once again. And then I'm going to have some problems here coming up, but I'll start to explain it. But this is the start of said problems. As you see here, we have 154 meters per second that we need to burn for our maneuver. Our lower stage, the Tundra engine, only has 71 meters per second, but our upper stage should have enough to handle it. But for some reason, it's not reading out, so I decided to kick off the secondary satellite in this highly elliptical orbit. It's not what I wanted. It's not even in the slightest, but there's a chance that we're going to have the last two satellites be stuck in the same position, so I wanted to at least spread it out a little bit to give myself a little bit better coverage when I can. But so now I'm going to take this last satellite and try to put it in a higher orbit than the rest of them, and we'll just, split the difference between the three, and hopefully at one point, at any given point, we'll have access to one of them. Very sloppy, but we don't have the technology right now to make it as even as possible. So here is the problem that I'm talking about. You see how I keep time warping and killing the time warp and all that? I don't know why it's auto throttling it. We have signal, and we turned off that thing. As you see here in the flight computer, every time I try to cancel a command, it just adds it to the list and is continuing to fail. So I ran into a lot of bugs. Next time I log in, I may be able to fix it and control this craft, but for now, I'm just going to leave it dead in space because there's not really much we can do in the rest of this episode to kind of save it. It was sad to see that we didn't make any milestones today, and the main mission that we set out to do ended up not quite working out the way that we wanted. I am glad that we got the science now. We can now get into orbit much more easily, and so I think we'll be able to rectify that mistake soon. But I kind of want to get back onto the milestone bandwagon, and I think we may look at different programs in the next episode. Lastly, I do want to say that Monday's POV episode came out really well. I'm very excited. I believe that the humdrum of this episode will be made up by the interest of that one, so I hope you're looking forward to that. And I hope the KXP people will see what they have to compete with, and they'll come up with something good on the next one of this series. But anyways, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KXP. If you did, think about subscribing. Drop me a like, let me know your thoughts, and I will see y'all in the next one. Take care. Hello everybody, and welcome back to KXP. I'm pretty excited about today's episode after reviewing the footage from the KSP POV crowd. Seeing them push forward and fly by the Mun really lit a fire under us, and today, as you can tell probably by the title, we are going to do just that. We do have a couple contracts that were mainly just to achieve the part, and sadly we are going to cancel them, the small stack decoupler and the Spacely liquid fuel engine, because we do actually have access to better parts than that for now, and unfortunately we will take a little bit of a reputation loss as well as a little bit of funding, but it's worthwhile in order to take these more advanced contracts like exploring the Mun, because that will net us a lot more, and we only have a limited slots available to accept contracts. So sorry Gene, I hate to do it, but we will make up for it with the added reputation and funds from doing such a thing, such as flyby Mun mission. We are going to do it with a probe, however. We are less willing to risk our Kerbal's lives in the sake of advancement of the milestones. However, POV has some significant challenges that comes with their new KSP location. But nonetheless, let's get back into this. We are grabbing all the contracts that we can, anything relevant to the MUN, and hopefully we can achieve a few of those in a single jaunt. The first thing we're going to want to do is get ourselves a probe core. Now, first off, I start loading it up with ScanSat materials in order to get a map of the thing, forgetting that we're not going for an orbit just yet. We're just going to go for a flyby. We want to collect all the science that we can from that area with every experiment that we have available. And we want to learn from the mistakes of the POV crowd, and we want to make sure that we get our science back from this. They took a major loss by not getting the science, and so that is of utmost importance for us in today's mission. So we have this little service bay that we can pack tightly with it, as well as a science collecting unit. We're going to put 2 of the science juniors on there, as well as 2 of each experiment, so we can get the space in high and low above the MUN. We don't have access to high quality communication, so there is a chance that we will end up losing probe control as we get farther away from Kerbin, or when we enter the dark side of the MUN. So we're going to put the best communications that we have available, and then we're going to, as you may have noted from the title of this video, we are going to rely on the flight computer provided by Remote Tech. As you see here, I went and added the real shoot mod. Apparently I had forgotten to add it in the beginning, but we went ahead and did that, so that way we have access to arming our parachutes via the action group set. So that's going to be very important. I could have it where it's just on the stage, and that's how it is typically, but I really do prefer to have it where I can just arm it, make it part of the descent action group, where my service bay doors toggle closed. If I have solar panels that retract, those retract, and the parachute is armed and ready, so that way once we hit that descent action group, everything is good to go, and we can just let it handle itself automatically. So it's good to have that mod back in place. So now we are just setting those parachutes so they can deploy at the appropriate altitude for the given weight, because this is all that we're going to be taking home. And then once we have that, we can start putting the rocket in order. So we will be needing to have enough delta V to just do a flyby and then return. I don't want to have too elliptical of an orbit. I want to come in safely. Obviously, returning the vessel is the top priority here. So now we are working on the tanks that will get us not only to orbit, but to the MUN and back. This may not need to get us to orbit. We may be able to achieve it with our gigantic lower stage, as we've been enjoying the Tundra lifting vehicle. It is a bit overkill. It can get us to orbit with very little problem on its own. It's essentially an SSTO. But we're going to put a probe core, some solar panels, reaction wheels, the best ones we have anyways, and then some parachutes, because I'd like to return this, the cost of this anyways, when we finish the mission. I'd like to have that show up on the stage recovery mod as recovered. But anyways, that was a successful test. We do need to have communication if we want to control it, though, however. Once we separated it from the upper stage, it was dead in the water. But now all we need to do is tuck this all up into a fairing. We don't technically even need to tuck into a fairing. It was relatively stable and aerodynamic on its own, but just for the sake of looks, I decided to spend some time on getting the pieces safely stowed away and tucked in neatly into that fairing. Throw in an extra battery on there so we can attach the solar panels. Make sure that the action groups are the same, and then go ahead once more, trying to get the fairing done, but then I remember I have these reaction wheels on there, so. But with nothing left to stop us, we're just going to get this tucked in. I cannot wait till we get a wider fairing base, but for now, that will do. But we are actually going to take off the probe core, the parachutes, the communication dishes. We're going to take off all of that because we don't need to recover the funds from this. It's actually going to push us towards the MUN, and I'd rather have some of that fuel in there. And so what we're going to do is we're going to put some separatrons on there to get it away from the main body of the probe. And then we have explosives to take care of it so we don't have to deal with space debris. But with 4,348 delta V in atmosphere, that is more than enough to get ourselves to orbit and a Munar flyby and return home. We actually possibly could even orbit with this machine, but we're not going to jump farther ahead than we need to. And given that we're not going to be tucking it into a fairing anymore, we're going to go ahead and put those pieces back out on the side and shorten up our probe once again. After making sure our staging is correct, we are going to do another test to make sure that it's running correctly. And then before we get into our launch, we're going to come into the administration building and activate the MUN probe strategy. And that means that in order to complete this, we're going to have to land probes in 3 different biomes on the MUN, not a crewed vessel. We can't bring Kerbals there before we complete this. So while the POV group is doing the MUN program, because they can do a Kerbal in there, which is going to be significantly harder, we are going to take advantage of the fact that we can use these probes to land in different areas. We have a lot more freedom of control with it, and we will get a lot more science than they will by landing in 3 different biomes and producing the science from that. So we're going to take a quick second before we launch our flyby probe, and we're going to build out our landing probe. I feel pretty confident in the technology that we have currently that we would be able to travel to orbit and land on the MUN with such a device like this. We may even be able to get ourselves back. However, we're just going to build the basics of this and then change it around later, because once we get our flyby probe back, we will have a significant amount of science, so we're going to be able to upgrade it significantly. On this one, I want to focus heavily on just the returning of the science regardless of the cost of it. So we are going to put our heat shield directly below our science collection unit, and that will lighten our load when we come in for reentry, allowing us to have a very high apoapsis, a very elliptical orbit, and come in at a very steep angle. So pretty happy with this. We are going to just make it a small little thing, a couple landing legs, just the second smallest that we've got. We're going to make sure that they're low enough so that way we don't bang our engine bell, and then turn them gold, because why not? We are going to need to have some lights, some reaction wheels. We're going to need to have all sorts of pieces to this that we're going to add as we go along and later. But for now, we are building the transfer stage. This is going to get us from orbit to the MUN, and potentially a little bit of our landing fuel will be utilized in that stage. We're getting our Communitron 16 on there. We are going to, as we test it, we're going to need to have that extended because the simulation will not allow us to control a probe if we don't have control of it to begin with. We have these 2 high gain antennas to make sure to have control that far out from Kerbin. So we will actually be upgrading those communication dishes a little bit later, so don't worry about that. I'm going to go ahead and get everything on my action groups, get that all situated. We are going to make several tests of this to make sure that it can land. When I say that we do tests, that is from the crash mod, Kerbal ramification something system something, found in CCAN and as per always, you can find the list of my mods in the description below. A link to the Google Doc that has that, and if you're curious on what kind of mods we use in our series. But in short, that mod allows us to run the mission from start to finish, or from orbit, from any part that we have unlocked. Anyways, we can't just orbit Duna if we've never even flown by it. So yeah, it gives you some limitations, and it does cost money. Our funds will go down given the amount of testing. I tried to limit the cost of it, but yeah, it's important to do test every step of the way if you can, to really make sure that your mission goes off without a hitch. And that's the best way to live with your consequences, is the fact of, like, well, if you've tested it over and over and over again and it still fails, then, well, maybe it was destined to fail. Maybe you should just take the failure, learn from it, and go on. But without the testing mod, you could very well be like, oh, well, I wasn't prepared for, X, Y, and Z, so therefore we can just, revert to the launch, revert to the VAB, fix it, and then put it back out again. So basically we're doing that, but in a simulated environment. It also means that if we achieve any milestones or do anything like that, it doesn't actually count when we finish the simulation. But even though this is KXP, I'm throwing a couple cameras on there. I think it might be nice to get a couple shots for posterity of interesting things to see on the Mun. It will be the first landing, and after all, we are going to need to send a shot in the newspaper that we deliver to the POV group. Anyways, after checking my stages, making sure it's fine, I realized I don't actually need the explosives on the lower stage, because it will end up coming back home on its own anyways. We are going to throw some flags on here since we have the ability to. The flag mod is also listed in the description below. It's always put myself on the spot. Minimalist Kerbal system flags for everybody is the name of it, and that's what it is. It's just this nice little minimalist look at all the different celestial bodies in the Kerbal system. I'm putting some info logs on there. We have a mod that can keep track of certain events that happen during our flight, and it's good to see if anything goes wrong. We can kind of take an in-depth look and see what happened. Putting in some launch stabilizers because I don't want this thing tipping over before we get the opportunity to fire. Once again, we are going to put probe control on here because after the last simulation we did end up having enough fuel to return ourselves. So we're going to once again put the probe control on there, put the communications. We don't need solar panels because we're not going to be in space long enough, and we should have enough battery. And with all that said and done, nothing left to do but launch our rockets. Starting with the flyby, we are going to take off and kind of speed through the intro of getting ourselves to orbit as we've seen it several times. Unfortunately, in this episode, in my POV episode, and unfortunately in my Outer Wilds episode, just this recording session that I did on that day, none of the game audio recorded. So unfortunately, we won't get to hear the sounds of the rocket taking off or what the Mun might sound like. But nonetheless, we will continue on, and we'll make sure that doesn't happen in the next time. Love the plume of the Tundra engine. Or that's not the Tundra engine, but the engine from the Tundra mod. Go ahead and cut off at 133 apoapsis. We're going to hit that and circularize. Like I said before, we're just going to kind of quickly go through the basics of orbit because I want to focus more on the actual flyby efforts, the remote tech that it takes to get it all automated and all that. We've seen here on the channel, we've seen plenty of launches to orbit, and here on KXP we've done it at least 3 times now. So I'm gonna push forward and keep going. See you, man. You're in my sights, and I'm coming for you. And with that camera change, we are in orbit, and the little green plume tells us that we are almost out of fuel. So we go ahead and separate. And this Tundra is going to get flipped around, pointed retrograde, and brought home. However, we're not controlling this at the moment. We're still controlling the other rocket, so I am going to have to flip over and control this one. Our periapsis is only 110, so it's not going to be coming in naturally. So I'm going to go ahead and flip it retrograde and bring it on in, bring that apoapsis down. And hopefully we can do it quickly enough that we don't lose control of our other probe. And with that, our periapsis is 32. We still have plenty of fuel left, so hopefully if we can recover it. But it's about this point that I realized I don't have any parachutes on it, so it'll be up to stage recover to determine whether or not it had enough fuel to land, and if so, then we will recover those costs. But anyways, we are now in orbit. In fact, we could have actually just kept burning prograde and made it to the Mun. So even though we didn't do it in our test simulations in any capacity, we are just going to take the risk and go for it. We are going to burn prograde until our apoapsis crosses the sphere of influence of the Mun, and then we'll fine-tune the orbit from there. I'm going to go ahead and speed up the footage and editing and just get ourselves out there as quickly as possible. And just tightening in the orbit ever so slightly by tapping on the throttle ever so slightly, and we get ourselves to a nice low periapsis, giving us plenty of time in low space to do our science. We have 1200 meters per second of delta V remaining, and I'd like to make sure that we get ourselves home. And we're going to have to plug that into remote tech, because I don't know if or when we're going to lose signal. And we don't want this probe just to be orbiting with a whole belly full of science and no way of getting it home until we learn how to rendezvous. And at that point, you know, who needs the science that it has? So we're going to go ahead and plot in our return trajectory right now. We're going to have a periapsis of about 44 kilometers, and our apoapsis won't be that high, so we should safely be able to do it. We plotted it into flight computer, and as you see there, I motion that we have 5 days and 3 hours before that maneuver. So what we're going to do now is we're going to find out what the time is when we enter the sphere of influence of the Mun. We want to be able to access our science action group from high space above the Mun. And as we see here, it's 1 day, 3 hours, and 56 minutes to get to that point. So I'm going to plot that into our flight computer here, 1D3H. 1D4H. Yeah, that'll do nicely. So 1 day and 4H, we come out here, and I press the 2 key on my keyboard, and as you see here, it fits in the action group number 2 as our next spot. In approximately 1 day and 3 hours. Here, 1 day, 4 hours, 47 minutes to our periapsis. So we're going to just add the 47 minutes right there, and do need to put an M there, I will forget. But, oh wait, no, I guess we did type it. That was on, that must have been on one of my tests that I did that. Forgot about that. But anyways, so now we have action group number 3 to happen when we get to our periapsis. So now we are going to clear that and type in 5 days, 3 hours, and we're going to put that a little bit over our maneuver, because what we want to do is we want to arm our descent stage, and so that will close up the service bay doors, as well as stow our communication antenna, and collect all the science and arm our parachutes. So we're going to do that. So that's action group stage 4, and then we're going to stage our actual rocket stage and get rid of our lower part, and then hopefully we will be pointing retrograde upon reentry and then our heat shield will take all the heat, and it'll be a successful mission. So now that I have remote tech plotted in, everything is going to be taken care of for me automatically, so there's nothing left to do but time warp our way forward and watch it all play out. Here we are crossing the sphere of influence of the Mun. And there we are. Now we are above the Mun. We can time warp forward a little bit. We got 33 minutes before our action group 2 toggles. We can see it here. We'll see the magnetometer boom extend. There we go. Action group 2 is done. Science in space high above the Mun. We can also see the Science Junior opened up. And once we hop back out of cinematic mode, we can collect all of that. We still have signal right now. We do have control. So technically we didn't need that to be plotted into flight computer. But however, when we go behind the Mun, there's a very good chance we're going to lose that control yet again. So for that, we did need the next action group plotted in. So at that point, we might as well plot in everything, right? We're going to time warp forward. Planet Shine takes over and shows us the dark side, because I wanted to have a little bit more clarity with things. I do have the gamma turned up a little too bright on this launch, and we'll fix on the next one. It'll be a little less blown out. But as we pass easily and safely above the surface, our action group 3 extends, and all the science is collected from that. Well, the science is performed from that. It will be collected in action group 4 when we get ourselves ready to come home. So yeah, once again, nothing we can do here but time warp our way back across the Mun surface into the bright side and wait for our maneuver to come on home. Our solar panels are in full view of the sun, so I'm pretty happy. I don't think that we will lose battery life on this. Now our maneuver is done at the periapsis above Kerbin, so we can just straight up leave the sphere of influence of the Mun and head for that before we have to worry about flight tech's or remote tech's flight computer taking over. So here we are on the dark side of Kerbin, which is nice because this periapsis will become our apoapsis, which means that we will be landing in the day side. Pretty happy about that. And this maneuver only costs somewhere around 600 or so meters per second delta V out of our over 1,000, so we are definitely going to be able to come home. If we needed to make any kind of adjustments, we'll have plenty of delta V to do that. We will be burning up the rest of whatever we don't use up in the atmosphere, so that is technically a waste. We possibly could have put some parachutes on it, but you live and you learn. And certain parts of the rocket are okay to be expendable. I could have adjusted my return trajectory there and made us land a little bit closer to the KSC, and I think going on in the future I'm going to try to do that a little more. It was only in reviewing the footage I'm like, I could have done better with that, and so always trying to do better. Every time we have a new episode, main goal is to entertain you. Second goal is to do something fun. Third goal is to just do a little better each time. So there we go. Automatically it's staged, and we don't have any connection now. There's nothing we can do anymore, but as we see here, the data has been collected in the science collection unit, and as we can see, the disarm parachute button is there, meaning that all of our parachutes are indeed armed. So no matter where we land on Kerbin, if we have communication or not, hopefully it will handle its own return and safely come back to the surface. We're going to time warp our way forward. And unfortunately, it looks like we're pointed prograde, which I was very nervous about because that is where all of our parachutes are. And that would be awful to do all of that successfully and then burn up the way of landing. But thankfully, our front was heavy enough to point us forward, and our heat shield will be taking the brunt of it. And once again, we have Firefly added. This is the first episode of KXP, and it's also added in POV as well, and RP1 too, but it'll be a little bit before we can experience it there. But yes, the new Firefly re-entry mod, wonderful, wonderful stuff. Yeah, once again, no control of this, no way of holding retrograde or spinning ourselves to dissipate some of the heat. Nothing we can do here, but watch it and wait. I like that the colors shift around as the craft shifts around. Super bright. Burning a hole in my monitor right now, but absolutely worth it. And then with that, the colors start to fade, and we have passed through the thickest part of the atmosphere without exploding, which means that we only have one more step left to go before we can call this mission success. We can actually see the KSC area over there. It's behind a cloud at the moment, but it's nice to see that they won't have to travel very far to pick up the science. So apparently our drogue chutes either ripped off or burned up, but they had popped early. But thankfully this is a very lightweight craft, and our top parachute will be more than enough to bring it home. Also, we're landing in water, so no fears here. We're gonna go ahead and speed up the footage, get ourselves down to the surface, so that way we can just collect this, look at the science we have, unlock more science, and keep going. Good job, everybody. Let's bring it home. So with that, we earned a whopping 347 science, and we'll be able to do quite a bit with that. And we'll be able to utilize some of the things immediately as we go and pursue another milestone. And this time, we want to land on the Mun. I want to get that lander that we built. We tested it the way that it's built. Currently, it is capable of landing on the Mun, but I want us to be more than capable. I want us to excel in our Mun landing. So I'm coming back here to see what contracts I can pick up. In addition, make sure that we are always making money doing the things that we want to do. And if there's a way to make money, even if we have to change the mission slightly, I think we're going to do that. We are going to grab the science data from space around Kerbin. Even though we've gotten the science data, it'll be really easy to just run a thermometer scan and then transmit that and successfully complete that mission. So here we are spending our science. We got it in electrics, flight control. We are going to look at the space exploration soon, but we're not putting Kerbals down anywhere, so we don't need it. We're going to get miniaturization. That's going to help our probe. General construction has a fuel tank we want. We're going to need aviation for a future episode because I want to do some more plane stuff. And we spent a little bit too much money, and unfortunately we weren't able to unlock fuel ducts. I think if we didn't get that aviation, we probably could have, so that was a little bit misspent, but nonetheless, it's not going to be too big of a deal in this launch. So here I am. I'm going to update this rocket with better fuel tanks. It's not better fuel tanks. It's basically around the same amount. It's just fewer parts for what it is, so not too bad. I am going to add extra legs on here because I want it to be as stable as possible, and I realized why not spring for the extra, well, the extra spring. And I removed some of the cameras. We don't need it, but I am going to keep this MUN camera because I thought the way that it looked was pretty cool. We are going to have these communication dishes on there as well. But we do now have access to better quality communication dishes, so we will trade those out eventually. I don't know why I didn't just do it now, but nonetheless, we will trade it out eventually. We are going to put a little extra science on here. The seismographer can only be accessed while on the ground, so there was no point in putting it and trying to get space data in high and low space. But once we land on a biome, we'll be able to get some good science from that. So we put 2 on there. My goal with this probe is to land it in at least 2 different biomes. We need to land in 3 biomes. We don't need to do it in more than 1 probe. If it's possible to do it with only 1 probe, that's always ideal. But I'm going to try it for 2 with this one because it may be a little bit too difficult to get all 3 biomes and get it back home. I feel like we would need to make it a little bit beefier of a lander, and at that point we would need better landing gears and maybe a better probe and stuff. Definitely better batteries, and at that point we are pushing ourselves too far technologically speaking, but 2 out of the 3 ain't bad. So yeah, pretty standard launch vehicle. As you see here, the Tundra engine is doing us well, at least until we unlock some more things. And putting the launch clamps on it again, checking our staging, making sure everything is correct. And I had done many tests with this already. I did one last one and realized that having these better communication dishes will be a lifesaver in this mission, so should have just done that to begin with. We're also going to throw on some extra batteries. We didn't run out of electric charge during our simulation, but with how big this mission's going to be, how big of a milestone we're going to get from this, I don't want to take any chances on losing battery. So once again, no game audio, apologize for that, but we will be making up for it with hopefully a good soundtrack, new music, and my lovely narration. But anyways, like before, we are going to push forward into orbit and just kind of speed through some of the beginning stuff. I love the detail that the mod makers have put into this game, and the fact of the plume expands as you get into higher altitude. It's very realistic, and it just makes this game, like, in my opinion, just the best space simulator game to date, in history, maybe. Not saying anything about the simulators that they got over there at NASA, though. I have no idea. I'm sure those might be 10 times the realism, but what you can do with this game, with real solar system, with Principia and all that stuff, Ferrum Aerospace Research, just super cool. But anyways, that was us almost getting to orbit, but not enough fuel in there, so we went ahead and jettisoned it and used our last little bit of Delta V that we needed. We used our Munar transfer stage engine. We used a little bit of that to get ourselves to orbit, but we still have 1400 Delta V, so that is going to be plenty to get ourselves into orbit around the MUN and landed. We went ahead and did that mission to transmit science from space around Kerbin. It was pretty easy. I kind of went really fast through it, but we just right-clicked on our thermometer, took a reading. We already had the reading, so it gave us literally no science. But when we transmitted it, that was good enough to solve the contract. We're letting remote tech handle all of our burns and all of our maneuvers because it's just the safest way to be the most accurate. And with that, our periapsis came a little higher than we had planned, but we can just tap the engine to bring it down lower. And we plotted in our circularization burn for the MUN and went ahead and lined up with a maneuver and time warped forward. No need to waste any time right now because we've made this trip before and we'll make it again. But here we are at the MUN surface, approaching the periapsis, approaching our maneuver, and getting ready to burn. And with that camera flip, we are now in orbit of the MUN, bringing down our apoapsis into a nice circularized orbit. So let's go ahead and time warp until we're on the light side of the MUN. We don't want to land in the darkness. And as you see here, we have no connection to the KC because we are behind the MUN. We don't have a communications network up and running, but as we crest over the horizon and we get ourselves a Kerbin rise, we will be able to gain signal once again because those communication dishes that we upgraded to are really beefy. I think we can even reach Minmus with these communication dishes, but nonetheless, we now have control once again, so we're going to be able to land pretty safely and pretty easily. This was that camera that I told you about that I saved. I love the graininess of it, and as a first MUN landing experience, even though we're not POV at all, it's still worthwhile to slap a camera on there sometimes. Alright, so we have 484 meters delta V, and we're actually above a crater right now. This is a named crater, I believe, the East Far Side crater. No, this is just a regular Far Side crater, excuse me. But, yeah, so we can plot in our landing burn pretty easily because we're just going to be canceling out most of our horizontal velocity. And that uses about 100, it leaves us with about 100 meters per second delta V left. And we're going to utilize some of that in our landing burn so that way we can save all the fuel that we can in our probe tank for hopping around the MUN and for getting home. I'm going to go ahead and change my Planet Shine settings because I didn't like how blown out it was making the MUN. And 3 seconds left on our burn. I probably could have turned down the gimbal on that engine a little bit, had a little more control, but with that, let's go ahead and kill the flight computer control and just take a look at our trajectory. We've got, we're going 144 meters per second orbital, but we are going to want to point ourselves surface retrograde, not orbital retrograde. And unfortunately, I forget to change my nav ball over on that for a while, but it's not going to matter until we're really in the specifics of landing. I've got my landing info screen up there next to the orbit info, and that'll tell me my suicide burn countdown. It's 20 seconds from now. I'm going to try to kill a little bit more of our horizontal velocity while I have the ability to, but it's kind of throwing me around here, and I'm not really paying attention. But I use up that. I don't want to separate our lower stage too late, so I hit it. We only have 5 seconds left on our suicide burn countdown, but for some reason I decide to go into cinematic view, and now we are 3 seconds late on our suicide burn countdown as I begin to fire. And I don't think I need to tell you what's going to happen. Yep, that was an explosion, but oddly enough, it didn't explode everything. We had enough science in our bay, enough fuel in our tank below us that everything was saved from the science collection unit up. Unfortunately, I can't actually do any science or transmit anything from here. I have absolutely no control of this, but Nonetheless, the probe is very happy to be alive and is going to just do a little dance. I'm not touching the controls whatsoever here. This is all on what it wants to do. But nonetheless, this was technically a successful landing. We didn't get the science. We certainly aren't going to be able to retrieve it. And this probe has nothing left to do except break dance for the rest of its life. But you know, that's not a bad life. Yeah, no connection. Nothing we can do. Oof. Yeah, not the best view at the camera. But anyways, in the next episode, I think we're going to try once again for a Munar landing. The only thing that we did wrong here is that I just simply wasn't paying attention. I decided, oh, hey, it'd be kind of cool to get a view of our landing thing instead of firing our engines when we needed to. So all I need to do is not do that in the next episode, and maybe we will have the Mun probe program in the bag. As you see here, we did indeed land in the far side crater. But anyways, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KXP. If you did, think about subscribing. Drop me a like, let me know your thoughts, and I will see you all in the next one. Take care. Hello everybody, and welcome back to KXP. So I'm pretty excited to get started in today's episode. We are going to be focusing on two main missions, one being the retribution of our failure in the last episode to successfully return a probe from the Mun, and so that is what we're going to do first. However, let's take a look at our contracts real fast. As we see here, we did successfully land in the far side crater according to our contracts, because our probe was still alive when it came to a halt. So that's good. We only need 2 biomes left to complete our program. We're going to take a look at our contracts, and we are going to grab this, put a probe in a polar orbit of the Mun, but however, we're not going to work on that today because we have a different idea for our polar Mun probe. Anyways, we are on the launch pad. I'm going to keep the footage of this basically unedited. The mission itself was rather concise. Everything that we did fairly quickly and time efficiently. So we're just going to kind of go through the mission itself and listen to the music. I'm going to chime in here and there when I feel like we need to say something that we haven't said before. But other than that, I'm pretty excited. Learning how to fly without the HUD is fun once you can get it, because then you get to see the stars appear through the curtain of blackness. Getting better at flying. It's always nice. But we are reaching the thicker parts of the thinner parts of the atmosphere. Our plume is expanding, and like I mentioned, we can see the stars. Our apoapsis is now at 105 kilometers, falling slightly, but not for long. We're going to plot in our circularization burn here. This rocket is the same exact one from the last episode. It's the same lander. We didn't change anything on it. There's nothing we could have really changed to it. The only reason why it failed was because I simply did not pay attention to our suicide burn countdown, so therefore I take full responsibility for that. I still believe that the probe is fine. Let's go ahead and circularize around Kerbin, and then we'll move on to the next step of pushing ourselves to orbit. This Tundra engine, or the Tundra fuel tank with the Octopus engine, is pretty beefy, and we still have 338 meters per second of delta V remaining, so we're going to be able to use some of that to push ourselves towards the Mun. We don't have any explosives on this craft, however, so unfortunately that will be space debris, and maybe we'll have to revisit cleaning that up in a future episode. But for now, it will just be piece of junk orbiting our planet. So we go ahead and get ourselves plotted into the flight computer, and we're going to let that take over on the burn. I'm going to play around with planet shine later so it's not so dark. However, do like this nice silhouette of our rocket against the night sky. That our engines ignite, and then that's the remainder of our fuel. Oh, that's right, we did put explosives on this. I believe it's a future rocket that we didn't. That must be misremembering. Anyways, we are going to be pushing ourselves out towards the Mun. Keep a nice low periapsis because we want to keep our total velocity down as we land, and coming in at a steep angle of approach can sometimes speed you up a little too much. At least in my experience. So we come down. 99 is off of our target. That's what happens with flight computers sometimes. You gotta fine tune it when you can. We bring it down to 35 and circularize. So once we get that, get our crafts pointed towards our maneuver, nothing left to do but time warp our way out to the Mun. And with that, we find ourselves on the far side in the nighttime. Let's go ahead. We're going to turn up planet shine just so we could see a little bit more. And we'll adjust it a little bit later so it's not blown out. But we easily have enough delta V to circularize, over 1,000. And with that, we are captured. And now our apoapsis is low enough. We are now circularized at a pretty equatorial orbit, which is nice. We're going to drop down into this little crater right here. I believe we don't have that science. It may actually be where our previous probe landed, which is fine because we don't have the science from that because it blew up before we got the chance. We are luckily going to be able to use some of this lower engine to kill some of our velocity, as well as during our landing. Not as well as, but just kill some of our velocity during our landing. It's not always wisest to do what I just did, plot in this kind of like velocity killing maneuver. Sometimes it's better just to rely on your suicide burn countdown, but this gave me the opportunity to kind of fine-tune my landing point. I do want to land inside that crater as my first landing zone. And then hopefully, if we have the Delta V available, I'd like to push myself outside of the crater, grab like, you know, either midlands, highlands, or lowlands, one of those, because we don't have that science. We don't have any of the science, so. But I definitely want to land it somewhere differently than where we previously had. So here's to hoping. Anyways, we have our suicide burn countdown up in the top left. We are now at 15 seconds to burn. 7, 5, 4, 2, and at 0.8 seconds to the suicide burn countdown, we burn, but we do kill a lot of our velocity early, so we just feather it in manually. But with that, we have successfully touched down on another biome. We are now in the lowlands. I thought it was a named crater, but fortunately not. But that's okay. That is a new biome, so we can go ahead and do some science. Quite a bit, actually. 40, 16, 32, 48, 80. Not bad. We are going to be landing a Kerbal on the Mun pretty soon. We want to pursue that program as well, because as much as cool as it is that we will be the first of our group, the first of the Janus Project to complete a program, technically we don't conquer, we can't claim that the Mun is fully done until we plant a flag on it. So we will be wanting to get Kerbals on the surface soon, but with this science that we're grabbing, we should be able to unlock quite a bit of useful technology that will help us get there. And once again, just feathering the touchdown. This time we experienced the collision that we have from the parallax mod. It knocks us over, but thankfully it doesn't destroy our solar panel and or any other part of our craft. But as we see in our mission logs, we now have successfully completed the program, the MUN probes program of landing in 3 different spots, as well as one of the side contracts. So now, with nothing else left to do, we go ahead and take off and just kind of point ourselves upwards in a general direction. End up aiming towards Kerbin because I feel like that's just a fun shot to see. But this isn't the most efficient way of returning to Kerbin, just to let you know, if any of you are following along in this video and trying to learn some things from my successes and my failures, which I highly recommend. I learned a lot of what I know from Kerbal from just watching other YouTubers do their Let's Plays, and when they had some issues, I kind of took note of like, oh, well, what caused their issues, and then I tried to avoid that in the future. And then when they got things right, it's a great learning experience. But just wanted to point out that what I just did there is definitely not fuel efficient. Nonetheless, it worked to get ourselves out of the MUN sphere of influence, and as we see here, we have enough delta V to bring ourselves back home with a periapsis of 42 kilometers, which is our favorite way to come in because that gives us enough of an angle to slow down and come in one pass typically. So that's good. We plotted in flight into the flight computer, and now we are setting our delay for the 4 hours so that way we can stage our action group 4 to arm our parachutes and get ourselves ready for descent. And then we went ahead and staged our separation. So this craft will now be ready to come back in the atmosphere regardless of whether or not we have probe control of it. With that flip, we are now in Kerbin's sphere of influence, and so we're just going to time warp until the maneuver, and there we go. Flight computer takes over both the starting and the stopping of the engine. And a short while later, we should see the craft stage. There we go. And so now, as we see, all of our science has been stored safely in our capsule. And when we go to click on the parachutes, we'll see that the parachutes are indeed armed. In the top left corner, you may have missed it, but we do not have control of our probe right now. So at that point when the maneuver was made, we would have not been able to arm our parachute, nor would we have been able to separate the lower part of our craft to expose our heat shield. So it's good. Flight computer is a great and powerful tool. You just unfortunately have to deal with remote tech in order to get it. But coming back through the atmosphere, once again glorified by Firefly's re-entry effect. A little the Kerbin looks a little strange from Planet Shine just because I have the thing turned up so high, but I want to be able to see our craft in the darkness of space, so yeah, give and take a little bit. Yep, no connection right now, still none, so, and we probably will continue to have none as we are on the far side of Kerbin from mission control, so there's no way we would have been able to stage our parachutes manually, and for that I'm thankful that we were able to set this all up. And with our parachute opening fully and a safe touchdown, we roll a little bit. I decided to hop in the camera just to get a nice view of what mission control would be seeing. But yeah, that was a successful return from the MUN. We have now completed the MUN probes program, and we're going to have a whole mess of science to spend I'm going to do one more launch in this video. I feel like we could do a little more with our time. So let's go ahead and take this science, all 526 of it. Love to see that. And we're going to spend it real fast in our thing just to see if we can get anything to help our next launch. Primarily, the thing we want to spend on immediately is the fuel systems. That gives us access to the fuel ducts. We're going to pick up the simple command modules, because like I said, we're going to want to start throwing Kerbals at the Mun. And I don't really feel like dealing with the spherical pods that KXP has been, or POV has been relying on. So I want an actual Mach 1 command capsule. We're getting the space exploration primarily for the Bon Voyage mod. We're going to be getting this life support, because if we get stuck on the Mun, we're going to want a considerable amount of supplies. And I'd like to get those better rocket engines, so we're going to upgrade our research and development stage, buildings to stage 2, which allows us to research things that are more than 100 science. So it's between the precision propulsion, which will give us better vacuum engines, or the heavy rocketry will give us better surface level engines. And I'm trying to decide which one to pick, but then I noticed that we get the Pila engine in the heavier rocketry, and that is one of my favorites. It's from Ven's Parts, and so it's an easy solution to pick that. We're also going to grab, using the rest of our science, this 90-point advanced flight control, because then we get better reaction wheels. So here we are once again on the launch pad, a very similar rocket to the one we just launched. However, this one now has the Pila engine instead of the Octopus. And I believe the Pila does have more thrust weight, or kilonewtons of thrust than the Octopus has, so taking off much more smoothly. It's a nice cloudy day over at the KSC. I like launching on those days because you get a nice reveal of the sky above. It looks like the KSC is about to be in a thunderstorm, so this rocket took off just in time. We don't have any weather effects. There's nothing, as far as I know, no mod that works with black racks, volumetric clouds to add weather effects to your rocket. So like if you take off during the rain, what kind of effect that would have on your flight path. We do have Ferrum Aerospace Research, but I'm not sure that it works with volumetric clouds. We decided to combat the boat-like nature of our rocket by throwing on some RCS, which was a very helpful part of this design. And with a lot of ease, we go ahead and circularize. I probably could have turned down the gimbal a little bit, saved that wobbling, but nonetheless. Now we only have 792 meters per second delta V left in our tank, and so and it's going to take a little bit more than that to get to the Mun. So we decide to just kind of point ourselves at the Mun and utilize as much of our fuel as possible. And if we can, we're just going to jettison it into the surface of the Mun and let it explode upon impact. Pointing ourselves towards our maneuver, get it all automated by flight computer once again. See the moon peek over our horizon, and then with that we burn. And unfortunately, we don't get the impact that we were hoping for. So nothing left to do except just get ourselves situated into our position. Now this is going to be a scan sat, so we're going to want it in a polar orbit. And the technology that we have, the maximum altitude limit that we have is 400 kilometers. So we're going to bring it around 350 just to kind of keep it safe. As you see here, it is not in the orbit that is specified by the contract. That was that red line orbit. So we're not going to be using this for that contract. I would much rather have a map of the Mun, and then maybe if we have the delta V for it after we've successfully mapped everything, maybe we can just transfer it into that orbit, but that would be in a later episode. The ScanSat mod is very crucial in exploration type playthroughs like this, especially for the IVA crowd, but even in the third-person perspective KXP, knowing exactly what kind of terrain you're looking at when you want to land and where all the different biomes are, it's necessary. So as we see here, we time warped our way a lot closer. We passed our maneuver entirely, and we are now in the sphere of influence of the Mun, so I have to do some quick changing to our trajectory. But it doesn't matter, it's only 100 some odd meters per second delta V out of our 2056, so I'm not worried at all. As long as we have communication to our satellite, we should be good. And with these upgraded communication dishes that you see sticking out there, the four dishes each, we actually have a huge range of communication now. These are much more powerful than our previous ones, and with the fact that we now have 4 instead of the 3, we can transmit our signal to Minmus as well. We now have a dish pointed at Minmus, so this ScanSat is going to be multi-purpose, especially now that we have the better communications. And we'll probably need to set up another network, an equatorial network around the Mun as well, because we're going to want to expand our communication network as thoroughly as possible. Anyways, we got our maneuver planned in, so let's go ahead and time warp our way there. And we're going to start our scanning now while we have signal, just in case we lose it. I'd like to have the science deployed and working. And easily enough, we get ourselves into a circular orbit, 336 and 38. But, however, we are kind of on the border of where the sunlight is, and unfortunately our devices only work in sunlight, so we are going to do an extreme inclination change here and get ourselves to where we are primarily in the sunlight so we can get the most out of our efforts with the ScanSat. And this isn't just for maps. We actually have 2 contracts to get maps of the Mun for an altimetry scan and multispectral scan, so we'll be getting some good money from this as well. It will, however, take a bit for the scanning to complete, so it'll be a bit before we get that money. But nonetheless, it's good that we got it done, and I'm glad that we had enough time in the episode to do it. Alright, with that, we have 1,254 meters per second delta V remaining, and we are in our final position for now, so hopefully we'll be able to send this probe onto that contract after it's done. But as we see in our contracts, we are now increasing the percentage of the Mun scanned, so we know that this is sufficient for our contract. It's very good. It was a very successful episode, and I'm pretty happy with that. The only milestone we got was the completing of the Mun probe program, but nonetheless, I'm pretty happy with our progress so far. But anyways, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KXP. If you did, think about subscribing. Drop me a like. Let me know your thoughts, and I will see y'all in the next one. Take care. Hello everybody and welcome back to KXP. With the Mun probe program completed, there's nothing standing in our way from now putting Kerbals on the surface of the Mun, and after seeing how aggressively the POV crowd has been pursuing their milestones, I feel like it's about our turn to take one back as well. So today we are going to take 2 Kerbals and aim to throw them onto the surface of the Mun. So firstly, we're going to start off with the build process. We are going to, rather than a lander, we're actually going to build a rover. I'd like to gain science from several different biomes that we have not visited. Could try to collect everything. We're going to bring a scientist to restore the experiments, as well as a pilot to get us there. It'll be a little bit before I put 2 seats on the thing, but we do indeed want to have 2 Kerbals with us. We put a reaction wheel in the center. I like to have a reaction wheel on all my rovers to give them extra control on low gravity planets and moons. So now we are going to focus on the main part of the rover, and that is the science. We're going to get one of each of our experiments that we have available. And this giant radial mounted Science Junior, which is very nice as opposed to the circular one. But that will be restored, same with the mystery goo. Both of those will be restored by the scientists so we can gather science in multiple biomes. And I'd like the scientists to be able to access it pretty easily, so we're going to move around the seat. It's not going to be directly in the front, but it's going to be a little bit before we reach its final resting point for that. But we have the science experiment collection unit to keep everything nice and tidy so we don't have to constantly be taking the experiments from every single one, just mainly restoring instead. So now I want to put a ladder on so I can get my Kerbals up, but I am forgetting the fact that it's the Mun. I can literally just RCS pack myself up, or even if I don't have RCS, I could just jump and it not be a problem. So that ladder is a little superfluous, but nonetheless adds to the look. But that is about all we need. We are going to need solar panels. We're going to need what I meant to say is that is about all the science that we're going to need. We are going to need solar panels and batteries, communication of the sorts. I play around with the struts here for a second to see if I can make like a little railing, but I decided to take it off because I feel like it wouldn't actually help us. In fact, it may just hinder us. Now I'm going to spend some time here working on trying to make a little bit of a sky crane sort of situation to help with our landing, but we go away from that idea eventually. We are going to need to put life support on here because this is a craft like any other, and the Kerbals can run out of oxygen, and they could produce too much carbon dioxide, so on and so forth. So we are going to want to make sure that they have enough life support. Also, since we are not sending this as a lander, this is all that we are going to be sending to the Mun. So essentially they don't have a way back, and they won't for a little while. So we want to be able to make sure that they can survive long enough for us to go and get that craft out there. It would be too much with our current technology to try to send this rover as well as a lander. And so we're going to just turn this into kind of a 2-mission thing, and they'll be able to roam around the Mun and get some science while their return trip is on its way. As you may have noticed early on in the beginning, we put the Bon Voyage probe control on there, so we will be able to pick a destination and then let the computer autopilot its way over, so we don't have to worry about manually driving on the Mun as much. Nice big solar panels. We're going to put this communication dish on the roof, and our rover is starting to look how it will look. Finally we have all of our pieces on there. Like I mentioned before, I'm going to spend some time on that sky crane, but ultimately we can land it without. So let's go ahead and get our action group set up. I have them on different action sets, one for the transfer vehicle, one for the rover. However, we only end up setting the rover, so it was a little bit pointless to specify the action group. Let's go ahead and get our science logged in. We're going to want our solar panels and communication dishes to be toggleable. because if we end up tipping over or tumbling around on the surface, it'd be better if we could bring them in so we don't break them. Because after all, we're not bringing an engineer, so there's no way that we can fix it ourselves if it breaks. Turning the traction control and the brake power up because it is the Mun after all. We're going to put this light here that'll help us see our craft and see what's in front of us if we end up driving in the darkness. And it will be shining directly at one of the Kerbal's faces. I'm going to put this little Communitron 16 on there. This will allow us to control it by probe. And then I noticed that we had a glitched out communication dish in there, so we're going to have to remove that. Getting the reaction wheel a little more center of mass. That'll definitely help control it. And I did want to make sure that the sky crane was on the center of mass as well. There we go, got rid of that extra communications dish. That looks nice and neat. I really like that communication dish. Alright, so what I mean, if you don't know what I mean by a sky crane, the idea is that this will have a couple engines on top that will be able to safely lower ourselves down to the surface and basically act as the landing stage. And I'm not too experienced with making these, so this is definitely not any sort of tutorial on how to make them. A lot of it is me just trying to think. A lot of what you're seeing right now of the no movement is me trying to think of the best way to go about getting this to work. Using the tiny little twitch engines, we do need, of course, to put the right fuel in there because we put monopropellant. And the smallest tank of fuel we have are these Oscars, and so we're going to put it like that, and hopefully that'll work. And spoiler, it does not, partly because I'm not exactly the best at flying things like this, and so it was a lot of it was out of my control. So once again, we're going to abandon that type of landing style in favor of just a simple booster on the back of our rover. But yeah, I'm pretty excited. This Mun Rover 1, there's a chance we'll send a more advanced one later to collect even more science. But for now, it's just the one and only. Let's go ahead. We're going to put an engine and a tank here just because I'd like to test this. I wanted to test the landing engines, the sky crane. And in order to do that, I'm going to need something to deorbit my craft. So let's just throw, it doesn't really matter here, let's just throw something on and get it out in simulation. And as always, the Terror engine will do nicely. Terror engine is just such a workhorse of the space program, early space program. And I'm really wishing that we had better fairings, that I could just tidy this up and tuck everything into a nice little fairing. But unfortunately, we don't have access to that technology yet. And just taking one last peek over everything, making sure our staging is correct, I decided to get rid of the crane aspect of it and try to attach it to the side, a little radial mounted. And I want to be able to get rid of them. I feel like having the tanks on there will just be added weight, added clumsiness will ensue, and no need. Right, check my staging, all is set. Let's go ahead and get this into a simulation. And in that simulation, I learned that I would just be better off landing the thing with this engine here in the back. I think about putting some landing legs on there, but we're not gonna end up saving that tank. We're just going to leave it on the surface. So now we're gonna go ahead and get a Kerbal into the seat and test it out. And I'm going to share with you one of the test flights because it was just so funny. The suicide burn countdown, we burned at exactly when we were supposed to. And it just goes to show you how precise these things can be. Beautiful. Love to see when it still survives after an explosion like that. But, you know, with our reaction wheel being where it's at, we have plenty of control on the mud surface, and we can drive around using our wheels pretty easily. As long as we can avoid these big boulders, we'll do just fine. I'm excited for this mission, so let's go ahead, hop back into the VAB, build the rest of our rocket, and then let's not waste any more time. Let's get it out on the launch pad. And we are just going to go with the tried and true Tundra and Octopus combination. And that gives us 3,600 Delta V, which is more than enough to get us to orbit. So, not too worried about that. The biggest worry is going to be whether or not the aerodynamics are going to allow us to get to orbit without our payload interfering. And it's about this time that I realized I wanted a pilot. You know, I want to be able to lock to prograde and retrograde. It'll just be so much more useful. So we're going to go ahead and move around some of the experiments, and we are going to put a pilot seat facing forward up there, and then the scientist seat facing backwards to allow for easy collection of the experiments. And since we're adding an extra Kerbal, we're going to double up the life support, so now we have a maximum of 80 days that we can spend before we need to get those Kerbals into a different craft that has more life support. But 80 days should be easy enough. It only takes a couple days to get to the MUN, so it should be no problem. But anyways, now we are taking the MUN program. This is what the KXP POV crew has been working on, getting a Kerbal plant a flag on the MUN. They avoided the MUN probes program, so they've got the head start on us. But with any luck, we'll be taking that milestone home today. Clean launch, healthy thrust to weight ratio, early morning flight. It's going to be nice. We are joined by Wenless and Tomini Kerman. Wenless has a little bit of experience. Tomini is brand new. And we're going to leave most of the footage unedited because we just, you know, we did everything pretty efficiently, pretty quickly, and it'll take no time at all for us to get there. Now that we can see that we're almost out of the atmosphere, we can go ahead and plot in our maneuver. Let remote tech handle it. days like this that I'm excited, when I know that we are going to be doing a huge mission, something that is going to bring us prestige and science and interest in the program, in the project, and it's just so much fun. And with that, we are now in orbit, and we can start pushing our way to the Mun. We want a nice low pass so we can come in very close to the surface, and that will slow us down once after we get into orbit. That will slow us down, that make landing much easier. So now with the maneuver plotted in, nothing left to do except time warp our way and push out. And with the Mun in sight, about to make an eclipse, we go ahead and burn. And it's a very short burn, only a minute and some odd seconds, but nonetheless, it doesn't take too much effort. We've got plenty of Delta V in our tank. In fact, we are going to be wasting some of it just in the fact that it is a bigger tank than we need. But I would rather overbuild than underbuild. And there we go, we pull in a little higher than we would want it, but nonetheless it's still low enough that it will be a slow trajectory, or a slower orbit, making an easier landing. Let's go ahead and time warp our way to the sphere of influence change and get ourselves ready to come down. Can't tell if Wendlass is excited or nervous, but towards the end of there, it looks like she's got a smile, so I say she's pretty excited to do this. Tomini even looks like he's pretty excited. And with that, we are circularized. And we're going to try to come down near where our fallen probe has gone. The first one where we weren't able to get any of the science from. And luckily, that's pretty close to us right now. Our pilot and scientist just leveled up. They are now 2 stars because they have finally made it into orbit. And we did change the setting in the beginning to allow Kerbals to level up automatically. It's very helpful in times like these. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and adjust our trajectory to land as close to that little piece of science as possible. For no other reason except to visit it. If we could see it, that'd be pretty cool, you know, to visit something that we had already sent here on this vast and wide open world map. You ever think about that? You ever think about the fact that Kerbal is an open world sort of thing, that, you know, you can walk anywhere on any of the planets and moons. Anywhere you want to go, you can get yourself there. That's I wonder what the comparison, if you compare other open world games, their map size to Kerbal Space Program. That'd be interesting to see. Our trajectory shows us that we are going to be landing on the slope of one of the big craters, so we're going to bring it up forward a little bit more to hopefully have a cleaner landing spot. We're going to bring up the landing information from MechGem to give us our suicide burn countdown. We're going to put away our communication dish and solar panels, and then we are going to get ourselves ready to land. "33 seconds remaining. And just as a reminder, if we burn too late, we will impact too quickly. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. And at 0.8 seconds of burn time, we burnt, so that means we are actually going to hover just above the surface too late. So we decided to kick off our engines and kick them back on to allow that eighth of a second to pass. But as you see here, our suicide burn countdown is now much higher, and it's because we killed off a lot more of our velocity. So we can come here in the cinematic mode and just feather our touchdown and feel pretty comfortable. And there we have it, everybody. We have put Kerbals on the surface of the Mun. And the rover seems to be handling pretty well. We are in a very rocky area, so that's going to be a challenge to get out of here. But look at that, everybody. Safe and sound. Wendless is parking the cart. Tomini is going to get out and do some science. Wendless is going to plant a flag. We are going to complete the Mun program and be the first Kerbals to conquer in the Janus Project. Let's throw on the brakes entirely, and let's go ahead and get Wendless out first to plant a flag. So excited. But in going through her options, she realized she doesn't have a flag. And that's because the seats provided by the external command seat don't have flags storage capacity. So first Kerbals on the Mun, yes, but the Mun is yet to be conquered because it doesn't actually count as completing the Mun until a flag is put. So they are going to have to get a ship out here pretty quickly if they want to steal that from the KXP crowd. We did steal the milestone of Kerbals on the Mun, so that's pretty cool, but fortunately, it was not exactly the mission parameters we wanted. But we went ahead and did all of our science. We're going to go ahead and get Tomini out, leave the seat. And he is, I did forget to hit the collection, so he can just restore it and then observe it. And then collect it so he'll have it, and then we can restore it after that. We're going to switch back to the craft, collect all the science there, make sure everything is good. And this is good because if anything breaks off of our craft, at least we'll potentially have the science left. Let's go ahead and get him boarded back into the seat. And we're going to actually, before we close out today, we're going to take him and Wendless. We're going to take them both and have them visit the Munlander probe. So how we do that is we go into the waypoint manager, and we are going to place a waypoint close in an approximate location to the debris, somewhere nearby. And then maybe we'll we'll drive to it manually once we get there. But let's go ahead and plot that in, and then we come back here and we can right click. We can go into the toolbar and open up the mod menu, or we can right click in the probe brain. We're gonna want our solar panels up before we set our probe to launch, because we want to make sure that we can restore our battery power. But we go and hit the Bon Voyage control panel, click use batteries, hit the current waypoint, and that plots that in, and the route has been found. So all we need to do now is just switch away control from our craft, go somewhere else, and the easiest way to do that is just to go back to the KSC. So spend some time, let the time warp, let the craft move to the target. As we see here, it's going fairly quickly as we time warp our way forward, and then once that reaches 0, we can go ahead and transfer back to our craft, and it will be at the new location. Pretty handy, very handy actually. And it's a nice safe way of traversing the MUN, but I always recommend saving before switching. And that is because you might not always find yourself in the best predicament once you come back to your craft. So now we have control of our vehicle once again, but control is generous to say, because we are on a very steep hill, sliding sideways, downwards, and soon we're gonna spin around, and then we will really be picking up speed, and that is very dangerous for our Kerbals right now, especially considering we have collisions turned on. So each one of these rocks could take us out at any moment. I should have just left it there. I had come to a complete stop right there in the rocks, but I was feeling adventurous, and I'm like, you know, let's drive to the bottom of this. Let's drive to the bottom of this canyon, but unfortunately I forgot to turn off my RCS when I went to hit forward, and threw my Kerbals directly out of their seats. Thankfully, we still have control of the vehicle, and so I'm currently trying to counteract its spin and try to get it back landed safely on all 4 wheels. But that is a little bit easier said than done. And there we are, face it backwards. Brakes are at full capacity though. They don't seem to be working very well. And this is quite a steep hill. I start to turn, unfortunately, and I know that if I let the craft continue to do that, it would just roll over. So I'm trying to fight it as best I can. But there's only so much you can do here. And we break the first piece off of our craft. One of the solar panels. At least we have a second one, so you know we can still find a way to charge, but won't charge as well. Do you see why I said saving before switching to your craft is a good idea? We're not gonna reload our save. We are just gonna deal with what has happened, but you know, you can play the game however you want to, and if this is not how you want to play the game, then definitely save. But anyways, we are reaching the bottom of the hill, coming up to some pretty high speeds. Broke off our headlight, flipped around, broke off taillights. There we go. I thought that was going to happen a lot sooner. Broke off our taillights, and then finally came to a stop at the bottom of the hill. You know, eventually. And then it finally comes to a stop. And we once again have control. And if there was a milestone for the first breakdance around the Mun, we'd definitely be taking that home. But for now, we'll be happy with the first Kerbal boots in the dust. Let's go ahead and get our Kerbals back to the craft, because we can't let them stand out there on their own, because they'll be dead in a few hours of oxygen deprivation. So let's go ahead and get Windless in the pilot seat first, and we'll switch back to Tomini, and we'll take his whole flight down. Windless's flight was fairly uneventful, but Tomini, scientists are typically the worst RCS pilots imaginable, so we have to fly. Unfortunately, we have to fly in first person mode because I didn't change my key binding for the zoom in button. It's still attached to my throttle up button, so it's just simplicity's sake, it's so much easier to fly around in first person view now. At least I've gotten so much more used to it, so it's no POV. We're not meaning to try to take that, but it just it was the only way that I could safely guarantee that we get down here. And again, I use the word safely very generously. And he has slid to a stop, but he is still alive. Back up. And then we can see our craft over there to the right, so we're going to start heading that way. And then get him aboard. But yeah, I think that is kind of where we're going to leave today's episode. I have some big plans in the coming episodes. I'm gonna get them a rescue craft. We're gonna get them home. We're also gonna travel around a couple different biomes if we can, collect some more science on our way to the rescue craft. But then we're gonna bring these Kerbals home and with all the science they have. And then I don't know what we're gonna do. Maybe we might turn our sights on Minmus. Maybe we'll send a probe out into the solar orbit. Maybe we will design better crafts and land Kerbals in different places out here. So I'm not sure. If you have any ideas, any suggestions in which way you want our agency to go, I'm always all ears. So leave me a comment down below if you have an idea. Got plenty of life support, so we're not in any rush. But anyways, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KXP. If you did think about subscribing, drop me a like, let me know your thoughts, and I will see y'all in the next one. Take care. Hello everybody, and welcome back to KXP, where we explore the cosmos in third person. In the episode before last, we managed to beat the KXP POV crowd to the Mun by sending Tomini and Windless Kerbin. Unfortunately, we decided to put them in a rover, which was not equipped with a flag, so therefore we weren't able to conquer the Mun before them. So now, in the last episode, we set up a comms net, which will be very helpful today, but the ultimate goal for this episode is to send a rescue pod for those Kerbals equipped with the flag. But we're going to start off with two of these side missions that we have. The first being that we need to alter the orbit of one of our existing satellites above the Mun. We also have a secondary orbit that we can put it into. And then thirdly, we have to deploy a rover. So we're going to do those three missions. It's not going to take too long. So let's just hop in the tracking station and then switch over to the Mun ScanSat. And then we will see that we have a couple different orbits that it wants us to do. And they're all fairly simple. One of them we're actually almost in already. So that's nice. So let's go ahead and take control of that probe. This is the scan set that has already completed making a map of the Mun. We're in a polar orbit, of course. So we've got two contracts here, the first of which specifies that it must be the ScanSat probe that goes into the orbit, and that's going to be the first one that we work on here. The second one, this red one, can be any probe, but thankfully it doesn't require us to launch a new mission, so we can repurpose this probe to do both. As you see here, my apoapsis and periapsis were shaking, so I just quickly tapped the throttle and killed it. And that, if you ever experience that little bug, that's the best way to fix it. Unfortunately, it does require you to have some fuel. But nonetheless, we are close to our apoapsis and periapsis. We're below. Our periapsis is higher than it needs to be, and our apoapsis is lower. So we're just going to take some time, readjust this orbit, and I'll see you when we're done. And with this final burn, we complete the contract. We were, luckily enough, already in the correct inclination and eccentricity for it. This second one, however, is going to be a little bit more complicated. The contractors of Sean's Cannery were very specific about where they want our probe to be, so we are going to take a little more time as well to do this. As you see here, it's almost at a 90-degree angle of where we are currently. So there's going to be a lot of normal or anti-normal burning here, as well as a lot of retrograde to balance everything out. But first things first, we need to lift our apoapsis to reach the desired height for the contract. Having remote tech is, well, specifically remote tech's flight computer is very handy here because it allows you to really have very precise burns. The human is fast, but the computer will probably always be faster. Unfortunately, because the timing is different in remote tech as it is in the SOC KSP alarm clock, so sometimes the remote tech will be known to burn later than the maneuver states, and then sometimes that leads to overshooting. So it's not perfect, but when you're dealing with low thrust burns, when you do throttle limiting on that, it's pretty good. It's pretty accurate. So now we're doing the hard sideways turn to get ourselves into the right angle. And we're also going to add some radial in And that's going to, as you saw, that aligned our eccentricity up, so that way, rather than being a perfect circle, we can line our periapsis to the point where it wanted us to. Now that, before we do our burn, we're going to transmit all the science that we got from doing the mapping. Not only does it give us the ScanSat map that we can look at, analyze, and utilize, but it also gives us science. So it was pretty useful to come back here to this probe to do these contracts. And remote tech takes over, and we just watch it pull close to the surface and then extend out. Beautiful. You can really do a lot with the maneuver tool. It's pretty interesting. So now we are close, but not quite perfect. And so I'm going to time warp ahead to the apoapsis to adjust my periapsis. And that's when I noticed something. As you see here, the red line is circling counterclockwise, and I do believe that we are going clockwise. And as I zoom in here, I can see that indeed we are going the exact opposite direction of the contract. And so, unfortunately, even if we were to get ourselves in the exact altitude and the exact inclination, all that, it still wouldn't solve the contract. So we're gonna have to turn our whole craft around. At first I start by playing with the normal and anti-normal to spin it on its axis, but then I realized, hey, why spend all that amount of work when I can literally just burn in reverse far enough to change my direction. So as we pull on the retrograde here, we see it flip around, and then all we have to do is put it into the desired periapsis location, and that will solve our problem. Thankfully, it does take a bit of delta V, 300 and some odd meters per second, as you can see there at the bottom, but we have quite a bit left over in our tank from getting this here. It's always nice to leave your ScanSats with a little bit extra fuel, because you never know, you could utilize them to go to a different moon, you could utilize them to be an impactor or do contracts like this. So thankfully we had enough delta V that reversing our direction really wasn't that much of an inconvenience, and pretty soon we will be getting ready to finish up this contract. And there we have it. We were already in the right inclination, the right eccentricity, and the right apoapsis for it. So when we just put ourselves into our final resting point, it solved the contract. So that's nice. It's good to take care of these little side missions and get the money for that. Sometimes I don't feel like they're the most interesting, so I'm typically tempted to skip by and be like, oh, well, we completed these off camera, as to not take up the time of the episode. But I felt like this one was a little bit worth it, or the changing of the Mun ScanSat probe was worth it. This one is debatable, but it was quick enough that might as well show you. But yeah, we had a contract. All we had to do was deploy a rover. It gets more complicated as time goes on. It wants you first just to deploy it on Kerbin, which is literally just this. We put it on the launch pad, take the brakes off, drive it around a little bit, make sure that it's stated as a rover, and that contract is solved. But later it will want us to do that, but on the Mun, on Minmus, on Duna, so on and so forth. So then that will be a bit more challenging. So it's a good thing that we got that done soon. But anyways, we're hopping in the VAB, but I'm actually just going to skip forward to the launch pad. Designing the rocket took a lot of time, but wasn't... we're going to show you what we made once we get it up into orbit. So for now, let's just get ourselves into orbit, and then we're going to get this craft to the Mun. And this craft is probe controlled. It's a two-seater using the Corvus pod, which is based on the Gemini craft. So you'll see that soon enough. This isn't the greatest launch profile, as you see here. It's just that the Pila engine is just so overpowered that it gets too much vertical velocity before we can even start tipping ourselves over. So we just kind of do this little wonky, inefficient burn, but we have enough delta V. We're a little overpowered here. So we plot in our circularization burn. We have plenty of delta V to handle it. At around 62 kilometers above the surface, we deploy the fairing, and then that's when we get the first view of our capsule. You see there, it's controlled by a probe. It's got the Corvus capsule underneath with the communication dish, and then TAC life support for up to about 2 years, I believe. And then all powered by a single tank with a Terrier engine. There we go. We get a bunch of funds for that, because we have the massive scale launches strategy from Strategia activated. So once we get heavy crafts into orbit, we get money. And considering the fact that we're overbuilding everything right now, we're almost always going to be getting the right amount of tonnage into orbit. So it's if you're using Strategia, having the massive scale launches is almost always worth it, because at a certain point, your crafts will always fit the bill, and then you can kind of gain some of the money back. So it's always worth it. Anyways, we have our maneuver plotted out for the month, so we're just going to time warp our way to it. And it's pretty standard stuff here. I'm just kind of blowing through, but it was all quick enough that I felt like there wasn't really a need to cut it out. As you see there, just a short enough burn. Did, however, put us on an impact position. We don't have a lot of delta V left, so I could technically stage it right here and allow the lower stage to impact the MUN and not be space trash. However, we're going to use some of that delta V to avoid that. And it's very little. We're going to turn our throttle limiter down very low, but it's still only a short burn. But it'll be enough to miss the MUN and not crash. So we're going to take that maneuver. There isn't a lot of delta V left in this, but the thing is that this has such a high thrust to weight ratio that the amount of delta V necessary to circularize the MUN is capable. It's doable for us. So we're going to make our maneuver at the periapsis low in space above the MUN. Point ourselves retrograde using the flight computer, taking over for the burn. Let it turn, and then we will time warp our way there. And with that, we have circularized above the MUN, fully probe automated, completely controlled by our ground station. So now we're going to go and plot in our landing burn. Unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit dark because it is right on the horizon of dawn, but nonetheless, we should be able to see everything. We did turn our planet shine up a little bit. It's less realistic. It would be almost pitch black on this side of the MUN, but I realize I want y'all to be able to see something at least and not just have a black screen. So have to give and take where we can. So very quickly through the burn, we got rid of the rest of the delta V in that lower stage almost immediately. So it just was left to our lower stage to take over. And we finished our burn. We are now in the desired trajectory, and we're going to be coming down in this crater canyon here, where our intrepid Kerbals are waiting to come home. We're not really caring about where we land. We could have altered our trajectory to land a bit closer to the Kerbals, but we're just going to take what we can and just be as safe as we can to make sure that this mission works out the first time. And we're doing so because we have the Bon Voyage mod installed on the rover that the Kerbals are inhabiting. So we can put it onto an autopilot situation. So once we land this craft, we can just lay down a waypoint and then have the Kerbals travel automatically to the craft very carefully and safely, autonomously, so we can guarantee their survival. So we're just going to land in a relatively flat area, relatively, and we're going to do our best to keep it upright. Thankfully, the Corvus pod, the little top piece that has the parachutes, also comes with RCS, so it allows it to keep stabilized. It's actually a pretty cool pod. This is my first time using it, and I actually liked it a bit more than I thought I would. I don't like it in IVA, so maybe we'll utilize it more in this round, or in this series. But anyways, right now we are setting up a waypoint, and we're gonna set it to our craft, but we can't set it exactly to the craft, because then when we transfer it back to the rover, after it's moved, it will crash into it and explode both of them. So it's very important that you make sure that the waypoint is not exactly where the craft is. I'm just playing around a little bit with some of these numbers, just hoping to offset it a little bit, but I don't know well enough how to manipulate these numbers to do what I want with it, so I'm just kind of playing around till I find something that's close enough. I mean, either of those two would have worked perfectly fine, but I go ahead and reconfigure and try it again. But we will eventually get a waypoint nailed down here pretty soon, and then we'll switch over to the other craft, plot it into Bon Voyage, and call it a day. You know what? That looks fine. Let's hit apply. We'll save it and say goodbye to this craft for now. It's got plenty of battery, and the sun is about to rise, so should be fine electricity wise. When we come back to our craft, it starts to slide because we are on a hill after all, but because we have parallax continues and we have collisions turned on, the rocks stop us from sliding all the way down the hill. So now it's time to plot in the Bon Voyage mod. Well, you can do this two ways. You can either click on the probe like I did here, or use the sidebar. There is a side menu. We go and use the current waypoint and do a system check to see that I can make it. However, for some reason it can't plot a course to it. I think it might be because of all these rocks, or maybe because we're in the wrong position. Either way, the mod isn't going to take over and autopilot us there, so we're going to need to figure something else out if we want to. So I'm going to go ahead and turn our RCS on. When I say turn our RCS on, what I mean is turn our reaction wheel on, but I set it to the same key as RCS. But that allows us to kind of flip our way around these rocks and lift ourselves over it, giving us a little bit more freedom in this horrible place. So now we're pointed a little more towards our direction, and flipping around, unfortunately, because I still don't have a good handle on which controls go where. It does take a little bit of learning. We accidentally pop Windlass out of the driver's seat, so we get her back in. Windlass is our pilot, Tomini is our scientist. But yeah, so I put on the brakes. So I figured now we could try Bon Voyage again, now that we're in a different location and we're pointed a little bit more towards our target. So let's go ahead and open that up. But when I go to hit current waypoint, it still says that it can't find a route. It's very unfortunate. So I'm gonna do some things to change it, but ultimately none of them work. I don't know why. Typically this mod works. If you do know why, if you know, my current estimation is that because we have collisions turned on with all these rocks, Bon Voyage is taking that into account, which is actually pretty interesting that it would do that. But I'm guessing that's taking that into account and being like, yeah, there's no way you're getting across this crater. Are you crazy? But that's not going to discourage us because we need to get to our craft. I think I'd like to test that theory out again in a later episode. We may send another rover, probably probe-controlled rover, this time to a different area on the Mun, maybe a little less rocky area of the Mun, and see if the Bon Voyage still has the same problem as it does here. Because if so, then that's unfortunate, and this may be the end of our roving on the Mun. We may have to forego grabbing all the biomes that we can, and then just wait until Minmus, which is a much cleaner pathway. But it is now that I'm determining that Bon Voyage is not going to bring us there, so we will have to, unfortunately, drive ourselves there as safely as possible, because space is dangerous, as I've said many a time before, and the entire time that we're driving, every second that we, as the player, are in control of the craft is a moment that everything can go into disaster. But Wenlis is an experienced pilot and has driven them this far in the rover and has not come this far to only come this far, so she is going to breakdance her way down the hill and to safety. I'm gonna pop open Bon Voyage just one more time to see, maybe it was that position that I was in, but still no path. This is when I determined that it was most likely the rocks. We're reaching a relatively clear area, not a lot of rocks to be had, and the ones that are to be had are small enough that our craft can pass easily through it. In Parallax Continues, you actually get more control over the collision than you do in the original Parallax 2, and it allows you to choose, you can have collision for every single object, even these tiny little ones we could have collision for. They could affect our wheels and landing gear. Right now we have it set to just above that, so it's all these moderate sized rocks, and anything bigger than that. Trees on Kerbin are now dangerous. I'm wondering whether or not I can do my around the world mission anymore if trees are that deadly, because we did a lot of quick flying through heavily wooded areas. But right now we have a pretty clear path up here to the right. We could have gone directly for our target, but there's a lot more rocks there, so we're going to try to offshoot a little bit, come around from the side. Wait a minute. Did I see what I think I saw? Windlass. No. No. Oh, this is our first Kerbal killed. Not the first in the Janus Project. Rest in peace, Bob. But Windlass. She was our best pilot. Alright, Tomini, it's time to stop playing around. You guys had a lot of fun and got a little bit too brazen and paid the ultimate price. And since you're not trained, let's just say you're not trained to pilot this craft, unfortunately you are not allowed to drive it because we can't risk you as well. So we're going to go ahead and get you out of your seat, collect all the science that you worked so hard to grab, and then you're going to just EVA your way there. It's fairly close. I like having these science collection units on there because you can very easily and with one click grab all the science on the craft and put it in one location, allowing your Kerbal to grab it instead of having to run to every single experiment. Unfortunately, a lot of those science experiments are being discarded because we actually already have this biome. So the science that I did right at the very end was useless, but nonetheless, good to keep in mind. Like I mentioned in the previous episode where we were here, because I still have forgotten to change the keyboard shortcut, we're gonna have to pilot our EVA in first person. But in the next time, I should hopefully have it fixed and be able to fly around in third. Before we go, since Tomini is a scientist, he is going to look for a moon rock. However, I should have worked on turning the surface feature finder on while landed on the ground because, you know, multitasking like this isn't the smartest idea. We've got something that's relatively close. It's always hard to really determine where these markers are spatially speaking. As we see here, it's farther than our craft. We're actually going to be passing that. Hopefully it's not so far that it makes getting back to the craft difficult. Thankfully, it is a rock that is very clear of a lot of other debris, and it's easily findable right here on the surface. Go ahead and turn that off. And appreciate this glorious moon rock. It's hard to think that disaster struck and just moments ago, looking at his face, so happy. I mean, he is a Kerbal after all, and exploration, science, that's in their blood. And there is quite a bit of science to be had on the Mun here. And so he's going to go ahead and take that, take an EVA report, and collect this Munstone. Either way. And then he is going to head back towards the craft and work on getting his way home. But not before taking a surface sample, because again, so much science to be had. We remember that it's not actually at the waypoint, but slightly off from it, so we take a quick look around, and it is a little hard to see the craft against the dark gray background. If the sun was up, it may have been a little easier, or if lights were on it, that would have been nice, but nonetheless, it was close enough that we could find it. I tried to hit the back of it to tip it over, but it didn't do anything. Maybe on Minmus. Minmus has less gravity than this, so it might have worked there, but unfortunately, we are not in the best position to take off, so we are going to have to figure out something with that. So very carefully, Tommy lines himself up so he can jump up and grab the ladder. He's going to board inside, but only momentarily to refill his oxygen, food, and water, and then grab the flag. It's not in the craft's inventory, so I'm just going to have to assume that it's underneath his seat. But when we go to get him out on EVA, we're actually told that we're not allowed to. This Kerbal isn't trained well enough to leave the craft. After all he's been through, to hear that from Mission Control really frustrated him, so he demanded that they go and fix that situation. First, we're going to recover all these pieces, because there's no need to leave them on the launch pad. Now, we are going to spend the money and upgrade the astronaut complex, so now our Kerbals can EVA. It was interesting, I was wondering how that even happened, how they were even able to get out of the roving craft itself, and that's because technically, when they're in the external command seat, they're technically considered on EVA at that point, which is a little strange, but now that he can safely get out, he does so, takes a look at his surroundings, and then plants a flag in the name of the KXP third-person perspective journey. It wasn't the first flag on the Mun, but nonetheless, this concludes the Mun, not the Mun program because that's part of Strategia, but our necessary goal of planting a flag on every celestial body. This celestial body has been ticked off. And pretty happy on that, pretty proud of that. Fortunately, it did cost the life of Winless. It's interesting to think that the only reason why she died was because we had collision turned on in our parallax. If we didn't have the, if back when we installed this mod and put it on and did our settings, if we had decided to play with no collision on, she would have easily just driven down the hill, safely parked next to the craft. They both would have hopped on, had a good old time, and headed home. But because we chose to do collision, it ultimately led to her demise. And it's just interesting to think that the choices that you make when you set up your game in the mods that you test and create before you start your playthrough can really alter the course of your agency's history. You know, our first lost Kerbal right now, completely avoidable if the Rove Made mod or the Bon Voyage mod had worked, if we didn't have collisions on, if we as the pilot, you know what, I'm going to take responsibility for that. If I as a player decided to take it a little safer and not breakdance so much around, we wouldn't have lost our pilot today. So we're not very high. Our apoapsis leaves a lot to be desired, so we're going to point ourselves up to make sure that we don't crash into any mountain ranges over the Mun. And at a reasonable altitude, we go ahead and plot in a maneuver at our apoapsis and circularize. We're going to actually try to pull out and get our return trajectory home. I did forget to turn off the trajectories mod, so we make this nice fun shape. You do gotta turn that off in the map mode when going between celestial bodies, but this was the first time that I really paid attention to the fact that I didn't have a lot of fuel in the slightest. As you see here, we don't have enough delta V to make the maneuver that I wanted to, so let's just go ahead and circularize first, and then we'll figure out how to plot in our return trajectory home, because currently we are still on an impact with the Mun, and in an even darker area of the Mun too, so it's not ideal. So let's go ahead and open up flight computer, point towards nodes, execute, and get ourselves back into orbit. And it takes no time at all to get ourselves safely back into orbit in a high enough altitude that we're not going to hit anything. Unfortunately, we have nearly no delta V left. We have a bunch of life support, especially considering that what we brought for 2 Kerbals now is dealing with 1. But yeah, we don't have enough delta V to leave the sphere of influence of the Mun, much less get ourselves back home. So I'm playing around with a maneuver, and I'm going to just extend it out as far as I can, just burn as much delta V as I have. Let's just back that up, and that's as far out as I can go. And as I whip it around the planet, or the Mun, I'm trying to see if maybe one direction will send me flying off, but unfortunately none of them will. So we are not getting Tomini Kerbin home to pay honor to his pilot, so we are going to have to leave him in space for now. In the next episode, I think directly in the next episode, we're going to send out a rescue mission and bring him home. His life and experience is even more valuable now, and we need to respect that and take care of him. The POV crowd learned the hard lesson of safety in their program, and now it is our turn. So he's going to transmit whatever science he can to help assist in the journey of getting himself back home, and then for now he's just going to sit back, review the notes that he had, think fondly of his friend, and orbit the Mun. I do have some plans to start pursuing Minmus. Now that we have a satellite network set up here at the Mun that is a fairly extensive one, we can start sending probes there, and I feel like starting off the Minmus probe program in Strategia might be good. It was worthwhile to get that amount of science that I had gotten from the Mun doing the same thing. So instead of rushing a crewed mission and getting a Kerbal there to plant the flag to conquer Minmus before POV does, we're going to take it one step at a time. But that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KXP. If you did think about subscribing, drop me a like, let me know your thoughts, and I will see you all in the next one. Take care. Hello everybody, and welcome back to KXP, where we play Kerbal Space Program in third person. So today we are going to send up a rescue mission. Tomini Kerbin in a previous episode had the horrific and traumatic event of witnessing his co-pilot die, and we need to get him back and make sure that he is okay, doing well, and he knows that he is safe back on Kerbin. So We're first going to take a look at our science. We've got 258 to spend, and we're going to need to utilize whatever we can in this mission. Thankfully, Tomini is in orbit, so therefore it'll be a little bit easier. We don't have to land on any surface. The mobile processing lab would be a great thing to get. After seeing how useful it was in the KXP POV episode, it would behoove us to also set up a space station. However, we're not going to spend it right now because we do need to be very careful with what we get. Better command pods, or at least ones that hold more Kerbals, would be nice. Better engines, better aerodynamics, all of this would be good to grab. We're in a time where a lot of the science gives us great parts. However, we're not going to spend any of this right now, and that's because we are just going to send the exact same craft that we sent in the last episode to rescue Tomini and Wendless before the disaster struck. Anyways, we are going to come in here into the mission control room, and we're going to grab 4 missions, 2 missions to do a flyby of Minmus, because we weren't going to want to start that. And then we're also, like the POV crowd, we're going to grab a Kerbin space station, and this one we're going to do the Mun space station. We're going to do basically an identical mission as theirs, but with our own space station idea and craft. But anyways, here we are on the launch pad once again. No need to waste any time. Like I mentioned before, it's the same craft as in the last episode. Today it is piloted by Jo Brett Kerman, a novice pilot on her first flight. It's good to see that she's willing to do something so daring. And it's going to be a very typical launch, except for the fact that the Pila engine has such a high thrust-to-weight ratio, and I keep forgetting to kind of turn that down, but it gets us up to our apoapsis pretty quickly. We barely even have time to pitch over in any kind of efficiency, but nonetheless, we're going to ride as far over as we can before we get pushed too far by the aerodynamic forces. And it's always nice to see that Firefly re-entry effects are not just on re-entry, but also on exit as well. I can't wait till we start dealing with SSTOs and space planes, because that's going to be a lot of fun. And we're going to be doing that soon because we should have enough science to unlock it. Alright, 133 was our apoapsis, but because we stopped our burn so early on, we lost a lot of that altitude, and now our apoapsis is 116 kilometers. But nonetheless, we should be able to circularize. We plot our maneuver into flight computer to let that handle, and then we go ahead and stage our fairings, and then suddenly the force of one of those pieces comes rocketing back and dents our tank. I've seen this once before, but I wasn't recording at the time, so I never got to replicate it, and I don't know exactly how to replicate it, but I was kind of happy to see it happen again, because I wasn't expecting to. But concerningly enough, we're not really sure. When I did it the first time, I just basically ended the simulation, but so I'm not sure if this is going to work, or if it's going to explode, or if this mission is even viable, so I'm getting prepared to abort the mission. However, it seems to be firing well enough. The shaking around is pretty typical of the Pila's gimbal. And once again, I forgot to turn that down in the VAB, but nonetheless, we are in orbit, 110 by 116. And so now we're just going to plot our way out to the Mun. We've got 1,292 meters delta V, so I am not concerned about this lower stage. I don't think we lost any fuel with that little accident there, so it's nice to see. But nonetheless, it's going to take us roughly 800 and some odd delta V to get there, and so that's pretty nice. We don't have any explosives on this. We could have crashed it into the Mun. However, we're not going to. We're going to utilize as much fuel of it as we can to circularize. As we see here, we're already getting our closest approach, which is actually pretty nice, come to see it. But I do mess it up. I had a better one earlier, but played around too much trying to bring it down into the same inclination, but that's just not going to happen. Yeah, I had a better one earlier, but nonetheless, this one will do. We plot that into Flight Computer. We don't have very far to go in order to tilt in and point towards our maneuver. We tuned down our thrust limiter, so we have a much longer burn, but it will be a lot more accurate. And right now, that's something I'm going to value. And coming up on a new day over Kerbin once again. And there we have it. So now while this burns, I'm going to start talking about our plans for the future of this series. Like I showed before, we grabbed the contract for a flyby of Minmus. And we, in the last program, we sent probes to the Mun first, and it was very beneficial. We got a lot of science out of it because of the fact that we were able to land in 3 different biomes and transmit all that back. So we did end up having an advantage over the POV crowd because we had more science than they did at the same given point. However, because of the fact that we weren't able to send a Kerbal until later to plant the flag, they were able to conquer the moon, or the Mun, excuse me. They were able to conquer the Mun before we were sneaking ahead in our space race. So I think this time we're actually going to take note from them and send our Kerbals first. We have the technology to do so. We have the ability to keep them safe as long as we pilot well enough. So I think we're going to turn our sights onto Minmus, and we're going to try to send our Kerbals there themselves. Unfortunately, we're going to have to take better precautions than the last time, and if we're going to send them with a rover, which, you know, I'm still not sure, we may just send a lander and let them hop around, or maybe even just take the one and be grateful for what we can accomplish. But regardless of how we go for it, we're going to push aggressively for that, and in the next episode I hope to have some progress, as long as this mission goes well and we don't end up losing any more Kerbals. Because if we do lose another Kerbal in this episode, one or both, all those plans are going to go out the window, and we're going to be a probe only program for a little while. Maybe for a long while, you know. It's we got to learn from our mistakes, and we got to keep our Kerbal safe. But anyways, the burn out to the Mun is done. I kind of talked through it, but we made a mid-course correction. As you see here, it's only 7 meters per second and a tiny 4-second burn. But that will bring us into the periapsis that we want. And then a little bit later, we're going to work on rendezvousing with the craft. And as much as I would like to let MacJeb just kind of handle everything and do an auto rendezvous, I wasn't really able to. I didn't spend a lot of time trying to figure it out, but I wasn't able to figure out how to set it up with the typical MacJeb window. I know how to do it in certain IVAs, so it's pretty easy, depending on which capsule you're using, but I didn't feel like going into IVA to do an auto rendezvous, and so we're gonna do it by hand, but it'll be good. So now we are plotting a maneuver at our periapsis to circularize. Not exactly at our periapsis, excuse me, actually we are putting it at our closest point, and that's because we don't care about a perfect orbit, so we don't need our maneuver to be exactly at our periapsis, but we would like to have at least one part of our orbit to already be intersecting with the target craft's orbit. And slowly we turn, 7-second burn, 275.7 meters per second. We've got 447, so this whole stage will be able to bring us into orbit, which is nice. It's about where we were at in the previous episode. We were able to use even some of this stage for landing. So good to see that the mission is working out the way that it was intended to, the way that it was in simulation, and the way that it was in the previous iteration. So it's always good to see. There we are, the shadow of the Mun creeping up in front of us. I tried to adjust our planet shine a little bit later, but for some reason it wasn't performing the way that it had previously, and we do have some dark spots in today's episode, but we're only in the dark side of the Mun for a little while, so it doesn't affect it too much. Here we are, once again. Beautiful surface. Parallax continues showing off its render distance. And with that little camera change, we are in orbit. And now we are at 36 by 31, looking good. We're no longer as close to the craft as we were when we initially planned our maneuver out here, but nonetheless, that'll be fine. We weren't going to be close enough to have a perfect rendezvous. But it is at this point that I realized that we are orbiting in the wrong direction and will not be able to match our speed with the craft that way. So we are going to actually flip around entirely, 180 degrees shift. And as you see here, that now takes more delta V than we do have in our lower stage. So we will be jettisoning that. Jettisoning. It's a little hard. Jettisoning that on our way, so it will crash into the Mun surface, so that's nice. Unfortunately, that does utilize quite a bit of our fuel from our top stage, and we will have... This is just to change our orbit. This isn't even to rendezvous, so we are going to use some of that fuel to rendezvous. And then secondly, we need to utilize enough of that fuel to get back home, make sure that we have enough for that. And unfortunately, there is fuel left in the target craft, Tomini's craft. However, because of the fact that we put probe cores on the top of this, we can't actually dock with Tomini's craft. These capsules were like designed. These are designed after the Gemini capsules, which were a big portion of that project was to prove that you can rendezvous two vessels in orbit and connect them. So that's kind of the whole point of this capsule, is the fact that we can do so. But nonetheless, we're not going to be able to, so we're just going to have to get into close proximity and have Tomini EVA his way over. But if we could have docked, that would have been very useful, because then we could have taken the fuel off the craft as well as the life support. But you live and you learn, or you live at any rate. And we are now reversing our direction, and you can kind of see that we're starting to head well, the other direction. It takes quite a bit. We've got 300 meters per second delta V remaining in our maneuver, and 1,000 meters per second left in our tanks. So we're going to have to be very cautious with how much fuel we use to meet up. Because, I mean, what is more Kerbal than sending a rescue mission for the rescue mission? But I'd rather not. So our orbit started getting a little funky, and I was like, okay, let's push it out at our apoapsis, and then I realized our apoapsis is behind us, and 11 kilometers above the surface is not a guarantee that you'll survive. There are a few mountain ranges, I believe, that are higher than that. I think the 13 kilometers is the highest on the Mun. I'm not entirely sure where it is, but let's not take chances with that. So we burn radial out, which brings our periapsis up. As you see here, we still cross the orbit with the target, and so that's good. So now it is time to change our inclination. We're going to plot in this maneuver at the descending node and change it out accordingly. Balance it out to 0 degrees. If you're not familiar, if I never explained it, sometimes I don't explain certain concepts, but changing your inclination makes it so you're on the same exact plane as whatever relative to the target you are going for. And when it comes to rendezvousing like this, we're going to want to be on the same plane because we're going to want to go exactly the same speed and distance relative to the craft. Just makes things easier. Alright, so a minute to our maneuver, and we are pointed right. 6-second burn, 103.5 meters per second, which is not ideal. However, it doesn't change our regular orbit out that much. For the sake of time, I just edited out that maneuver, and now I'm going to work on the actual rendezvous maneuver itself to where we intersect the same position as the craft. So how we're going to do this is we're going to plot a maneuver at our periapsis, and we're going to pull retrograde until our apoapsis is down in line with our target craft. And then we're just going to push our orbital time out. Basically, this allows us to orbit several times before making the maneuver. We're not making it as soon as we arrive the first time. And by playing around with that, that allows us to find a time when we're actually closest to our target, and then we can utilize the least amount of delta V to match its orbit. So now with that all plotted in, it's going to be a 0.4 second burn. And that is just way too short of a burn, so we're going to tune down our throttle and to bring it to 7 seconds. And by waiting until we found the most opportune moment, we were able to bring that maneuver down to 6 meters per second, which is just a drop in the bucket, which is making me feel a lot better about our chances of getting both Kerbals home, or at least on a suborbital trajectory. There we are. We time warped the several orbits as I kind of talked through it, but it went very fast through them. But now we are at our maneuver. As you see, the two crafts are quite close together. Unfortunately, it is very dark. Far side of the Mun, of course. I play around with the planet shine, and typically, I don't exactly know the best way to tune those settings, but I've been able to make it before where it's like super blown out, and you can just see everything. And I thought it was the vacuum ambient light, but apparently not. I don't know if I was missing something, and I didn't really want to play around with it too much and waste time and not pay attention to the maneuver. It was plotted in through flight computer, so I wasn't worried about missing it, but I didn't want to mess around with the settings all that much. But maybe I'll figure it out later. I'm not sure. I like being able to see our craft in the dark, but don't like when it gets blown out. Let's go ahead and delete our old waypoint. That was when our Kerbal, Tomini, and Windlass were on the surface, but we don't need to see that anymore. Alright, so in 3.5 minutes, we will be at our closest point to the target craft. So we're going to go ahead and point ourselves retrograde relative to the target, turn our thrust limiter up about halfway, and then all the way, and we turn it down to 70%, and that lets us close in our burn time to about 1 second if we burn at full max, and then we can kind of fine-tune it if we choose to just butter up the throttle. So now we're time warping to our closest approach. Unfortunately, we are still in the darkness. 30 seconds to go. 15, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And then with that, we can just butter in the throttle, and our target speed is dropping 1.5 meters per second relative. And then with one last push, we drop it to 0. And there you have it. We are now essentially motionless relative to our target craft. And look at Joe Brett. She is just absolutely beside herself. So happy. We did push ourselves out of alignment. As you see now, we are approaching our target ever so slightly. So I'm looking around for it, trying to see if I can get a visual cue, and I decide to just point myself retrograde towards the target, retrograde from the target, and then that allows us to see exactly where it is. So now we're going to point ourselves prograde and close the distance. Got to get a good shot for posterity though. Alright, we don't want to come in too fast. Patience is a virtue here, because we can just simply come in very softly and safely, and then just allow time warp to let us be impatient. But nonetheless, we are going to burn ourselves quite quickly. Thankfully, we're not going to hit the craft. We're off the plane. But we do want to be close enough that Tomini doesn't have to travel very far to meet up. Utilizing the RCS that's built into the Corvus's top part of the pod where the parachute sets, we're able to once again cancel out our relative velocity without having to use our engines, which is nice. So now it's time to transfer to Tomini, get him out on EVA. Make sure he takes all the data, because there's a lot of science to be had, including milestones and surface samples, material sciences, and what have you. Once again, forgot to change the settings, so we're in first person IVA in order to move our way forward. But I will change that by the next time we play. It's simply it's as simple as just canceling out key binding to zoom in. Anyways, it's not too hard to get close to the craft, but there's no need to do anything fancy or have fun on EVA. We really just want to get him safely aboard as quickly as possible. And there we have it. He is now in the care of Joe Brett Kerbin, ready to head home and mourn his friend, deliver his science, tell the deeds of being the first Kerbal on the Mun, and do some science up in low space. Why not? Collect all the residuals. And with that, there's nothing left to do except plot in our return. We will take another shot for posterity. But let's plot in our return, get that set up in flight computer, and then get on our way home. So I've yet to master the most efficient exit strategy from the Mun. I kind of just wing it each time, but on this one, I lucked out pretty well. I like when I can just keep burning in one direction and it brings our periapsis below the atmosphere. So we're just going to bring it around 42-ish. I do bring it up there, but we're going to bring it back down. So 45.97 kilometers is well enough. So let's go ahead and plot that into flight computer. Get ourselves ready for the burn, which will happen in about 22 minutes, excuse me. So with that ability, I see that in the top left corner we have local control, which means that this craft also has local control. So it is responding to commands from the KSC. So we're going to go ahead and kill the rotation on that so we can gain control again. Turn on our SAS and point ourselves retrograde because I want to deorbit this craft. It does have a communications dish on it, but it doesn't have a secondary one to bounce that communication towards the active vessel. So unfortunately, it cannot act as a makeshift satellite. It's just another piece of orbiting debris at this point. So we're gonna deorbit it. There is use in leaving things like this because, you know, essentially we could have had another craft come here with a more advanced technology and utilize the fuel or the life support on it, but how can we resist crashing something into the mud? This is Kerbal after all. So the probe core survived, so we decided to watch it as it goes along its final journey. It surely will explode upon impact here, but it gets quite a bit of distance from the previous part. It's the sound of all the other pieces exploding against the surface, and finally, there goes that one. That's good. We don't learn anything from it because we don't have any science attached to the surface, but fun to do an impactor nonetheless. It does take me a second because it won't let me transfer to the other craft, so I just went to the tracking station, switched it over, and then just, you know, cut out the footage. So here we are back again. Tomini and Joe Brett ready to say goodbye to the Mun and hello to their friends and colleagues. So we're just going to easily time warp our way out to our maneuver. Everything's all set up and handled. This should bring us to 42 kilometers above the surface, roughly give or take a handful of kilometers, but nonetheless this will bring us back into the atmosphere, and then that will bring us home. Thankfully we're not on any kind of escape trajectory, so no matter how many passes it takes, we'll eventually come back, and we have our life support attached to the stage connected to the capsule, between the capsule and the heat shield. So even if it takes days, weeks, months, doesn't matter how long it takes, we'll be able to keep our Kerbals alive. So 44 kilometers above the surface, pretty good. I like those numbers. So now all that is left is to make our way home. And we get word from Mission Control that it is time to time warp our way closer. We're going to use flight computer to point ourselves retrograde. Unfortunately, our pilot doesn't have the ability of locking to it at the moment, so we're going to let the probe core handle it. But we come close to the surface at 147 kilometers above. We readjust ourselves so that way we can jettison our lower stage, hopefully at an angle. Unfortunately, it wasn't as much of an angle as I would have liked. That helps get it on a different plane from us, and then we can avoid a piece of space trash as we come in, but on this occasion, was not, that was not an option. Thankfully, we only destroyed the solar panels on that part of the craft and nothing on ours, but we do get a few of those solar panels stuck into our heat shield, which is pretty fun. There's so much to watch now with Firefly, because all the pieces become their own unique light show. Like, you would think our craft is going to be the focus of this right now, but it's actually that other piece, as we get to watch it trail its smoke behind us, or in front of us, two behind us. I can't really time warp very well with this craft. I don't know what it is about the Corvus, but it likes to whip around a lot. So we are unfortunately going to have to watch it in real time, but thankfully it's not too bad to look at. There goes the lower stage, now officially going slower than us. Soon it'll disappear out of our view entirely. Someone once asked in the comments why the flames were separated from the heat shield, why there was a gap in it, and wondering if that was a bug. And another helpful commenter of the community responded and let us know that that was actually a real event in real life reentries, where there's so much friction going on between the molecules that the heat can't actually touch the heat shield itself. There is too much in the way, so that gap, that little separation of it, is actually part of real world science. And I just love. I just wanted to make a mention to bring that up, because I just love the fact that the mod developers took the time to research and realize what to make it as realistic as possible. Not just beautiful, but realistic. We're going to see in later episodes, once we visit other planets and celestial bodies that have atmospheres, that they even took the time to research what the atmosphere is composed of at any given celestial body, and determined out of that chemical compound what the color of that reentry would be. So not every planet has the same color, and I think that's great. I think the modding community of KSP deserves such great credit for their work, because not just this mod, but many mods on CCAN and Space Dock are mods that people put a lot of time and effort and love and care into, and research to make it not just fun, but realistic. And I think that's pretty great. And I just wanted to take a moment and just personally recognize that and thank the mod creators. And as you see here, this is what I was talking about with time warp. As soon as I hit the button, it just loses control. Can't keep it straight, even with the RCS. Getting a lot of particle effects coming off the back of our craft. And with that rapid camera change, we are now on a downwards trajectory. We will be coming back to Kerbin. I decided to look behind myself and realized that our wonky time warping and flipping around produces quite a beautiful display. So I have to take a few moments to force it out and appreciate it. And with the dissipation of the heating and the explosions of the air, we know that we are once again safe as long as our parachute deploys and or we have enough time to jump out and deploy our own parachutes. We should be safe. Coming in the eye of a storm, safe and sound, and then we notice, hey, that's the island runway. If we just look over to our right, that's the KSC. We came in so close that they're not even gonna have to wait that long to be picked up. It's glorious. What a successful mission, Joe Brett. Way to go. Tomini, it's good to see you back. I can't wait to read your reports and see that milestone that you brought home. Put that on our desk. And just like that, they splashed down safe and sound. A cacophony going around as the thunder and the radio, and everyone decides that they want to have say. But nonetheless, they decide to unbuckle themselves, relax, and wait for the ride home. And back at the KSC, we recovered so much science. I was glad that we waited to spend at the beginning of the episode, because that gives us a lot more to work with, and we can utilize it for some pretty great stuff, I think. Yeah, and look at all these ribbons Tomini got for that mission. Unfortunately, there is no ribbon that is worthy enough for losing your friend in the line of duty. Not that he would wear it anyways. Joe Brett also gets quite a few. Her first flight was quite an eventful one. Got to rendezvous, got to orbit the Mun, all sorts of good stuff. We're going to recover these. In the next episode, we are going to pursue that Minmus program like we said before, and hopefully we'll be able to sneak ahead in the space race. But it all depends on what the KSP POV crowd do, because they have the ball next. But anyways, that is where I'm going to leave today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KXP. If you did, think about subscribing. Drop me a like, let me know your thoughts, and I will see y'all in the next one. Take care. Hello everybody, and welcome back to KXP, where we play Kerbal Space Program in third person. If you're all caught up on the Janus Project, then you know in the last episode of POV, they nearly risked 2 Kerbals' lives in a disastrous attempt to pursue aggressively the Minmus landing program to take hold of that and conquer both the Mun and Minmus in our space race. So when they failed, they acknowledged that we would have the upper hand by knowing that they made such an attempt, and said that they doubted that we were in a position to attempt it ourselves. And you know what? They may be right. We were going to get our own space station up into launch first. We wanted to make the science that they did and take advantage of the same technology that they have, but mission accepted. Challenge will be attempted today to land a Kerbal on the surface of Minmus, plant a flag, and bring them safely home. And we're launching at the very crack of dawn. It will be dark for part of our liftoff, but the coloring was too beautiful to pass up. Our side boosters, we had a couple fleas attached around us to give a little extra thrust to weight ratio off the launch. Yeah, see, those are the colors that I'm talking about. Gorgeous. Anyways, our launch today is also going to be a huge science gain for us, because the farther out you get from Kerbin, and when you're landed on different biomes, you get a significant boost in your science. So this is going to be very lucrative for us. We also have contract to orbit Minmus, as well as the actual Minmus program from our strategy. And so we're going to be looking pretty good if we can pull this off. Our launch vehicle isn't anything too fancy or different than any other launch we've been doing these last few episodes. You got the Tundra tank and the Octopus rocket, but this time we've got a little parallel of 3, 2 side boosters attached to one center with a fuel line in between them to refill the center tank. This is severely overpowered, and Delta V has more than enough to give us plenty of opportunity, plenty of margin of error. This ends up being one of my most efficient ascent profiles we've done in the series. I don't know why, I just let it hold prograde. It had the right thrust to weight ratio to kind of gently tilt it over here. As you see, our apoapsis is slowly rising out of the atmosphere, and we're only into space now. But we just burn enough and our periapsis will pull through, and pretty soon we'll have a nice tight orbit around Kerbin. At 121 kilometers, 127 kilometers, I kill my throttle and decide to circularize from there. 9-second burn, 164 meters per second out of our 961. Take us no time at all. Our inclination change for Minmus will be a little bit more than that, but still shouldn't be too bad. We got 100,000 funds for getting a heavy rocket up into space, bringing us to 2.2 million. Looking pretty good. So we're just going to time warp ahead to the inclination change and the switch over from one stage to the other and push our way out to Minmus. We've done that several times before in both the series, in both episodes, and in on this channel before. So we're just going to skip forward a little to the actual approach of Minmus. We do a mid-course correction here to get our inclination on the right side. We have our thrust turned down very low because it's a 1.1 meters per second burn. We're going to do it for 5 seconds, but I get this beautiful effect out of the engine bell. Look at that. Gorgeous green. That's the Marlin engine. And I don't know if it's stock with the Marlin engine or with whichever mod that's from, or if it's from the waterfall mod that we have, which changes around how engine plumes look. Either way, it was beautiful to see the different change at a lower thrust. But anyways, we're just bringing our periapsis up a little bit so we don't crash into any mountains on Minmus, but we want to keep it below the 30 kilometers because I believe that is the barrier for low space. And then we'll just bring ourselves in to circularize. The Corvus doesn't really have a very good IVA, in my opinion. I wasn't too thrilled with it, so I don't like using it in the KXP POV. But in third person, it's actually pretty great. I like its sleek design, the 2-seater aspect. We can get 2 Kerbals down on the surface. The fact it's got kind of like a built-in parachute and RCS nose cone. I was pretty happy with it. I've barely used it. I've had it in almost all my playthroughs, but I've never used it simply because I didn't like the IVA, and so I just kind of wrote it off for a while. But it's been doing good in this series. But there we go. We can circularize. We still have 614 meters per second in our tanks, and it's not going to take nearly all of that to land. Minmus has a very low gravity, so it's fairly easy. It's a lot easier to land on Minmus than the Mun. So I'm going to play around with the maneuver here. It was hard to see where the line was because the color of Minmus was so bright, but eventually I get there. I first play around with landing on this lower plateau here in the bottom right, but I eventually decide against it, choosing a northern one instead. Minmus looks a little extra shiny than some of you may remember because this is utilizing the Parallax Continues mod. I bit the bullet and got it and have been enjoying the updated textures. The most recent update made it in a higher detail at higher orbits, so I saw that and I'm like, well, you know, might as well give it a shot. I've been enjoying it, looking forward to seeing more of it, but Minmus was pretty interesting. It had some textures on the Mun that we had seen in previous episodes, but Minmus is where I think the difference is truly known, and kind of excited to show you once we get a little closer. But for now, we're gonna get ourselves focused on our landing event. We've got it plotted into Flight Computer, and once we come around to the light side of Minmus, we'll get ready to touch down. And as we come to our peak, we burn. Camera shift lets us know that we are now coming in on an impact trajectory. Our angle was a little strange to see where we were coming down at, but that's just how it goes when you add normal or anti-normal into your burn. Things get a little funky. But anyways, we've got a nice little plateau to go for. We're going to push that out a little bit more eventually to get a nice solid flat landing if we can. I forgot to mention our pilot today is a new pilot by the name of Bartson Kerbin, first flight ever. Tomini has a history of going to other celestial bodies, so this is just a walk in the park for him. We're going to use MechJeb's landing info to time our suicide burn and make sure that we don't break up. However, we still have 455 meters per second of delta V in our tank, in our lower tank. So, I mean, it would kind of be a waste not to use it, right? So we're going to actually leave it attached, even though not only will our landing gear not function because it'll be too high, but our science, some of our science won't collect because it won't be able to touch the surface. But nonetheless, we're going to try. We're going to land on our bell if we can, do some quick science, and then jettison, maybe head over to a different biome, jettison the lower tank, and then land with the rest of our fuel. Look at those Kerbals. They're just having a ball. Alright, 5 seconds till the countdown. We've got quite a heavy thrust to weight ratio, so it's really going to take no time at all to stop. And it is a bit of a slope. It was not as flat as it looked like from a higher altitude, but nonetheless, I think we can handle it. I do forget to put SAS to retrograde until it's far too late, so I'm going to have to do some maneuvering, and at that point I realized, you know what, it's not worth it. We're not going to be able to stand upright for any amount of time, and if we look over at our delta V in the left, we have almost 3,000 meters per second, and that is the 4 tanks on the sides with a fuel line in the middle, so that gives us another 1,200, so I think we'll be alright to waste a little fuel. Right there, I played around with Planet Shine to see if I had cranked up the settings at all to make the planet brighter, but nope, that's just how bright
Minmus is with parallax continues, because it has a much more reflective surface. But now we are coming down. We've reached our apoapsis and returning back to the surface. We can easily point ourselves retrograde and just feather in our landing. We've got five Terrier engines at our disposal, so it's not going to take very much throttle. And just like that, we have two Kerbals, or at least the craft of two Kerbals, on the surface of Minmus. Take that, POV. Said that we weren't ready. So now this is also not just a mission for the milestones, but a mission to gather as much science as possible, because now that we have attempted our Minmus program, as long as we can successfully plant a flag and bring these Kerbals home, we can start turning our eyes on other celestial bodies, other planets, other moons, and other adventures. But for now, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's go ahead and bring in this magnetometer. I don't like leaving them out because they can put your craft off balance or get in the way. And we're going to get Tomini out to do some science. He gets the honor of being the first Kerbal to set foot, but he's not going to be planting the flag. That is going to be for a later time. Bartson has different ideas for where he wants the first flag to be landed. So for now, let's get our scientists out, get RCS on. We're going to need to restore our Science Junior because we only brought the one, and we want to collect at least two biomes worth of science. So do a quick little EVA in space low above Minmus, and then he gets ready to do the rest of it. He looks at his hands, realizing that the minty green surface is not actually mint ice cream, but rather space dust, and was quite upset with that. Back on board, we found out that we had accidentally packed the science experiment with Bartson, so we had to go get that before we could hop out and do one final experiment in this biome. This one, of course, is my favorite. It's the most fun, and that is the EVA experiment. And on planets like this, it's this little spinning of a nut or a cap of sort. Test momentum. 100 science. Can't complain. And with Minmus's low gravity, it gives us plenty of time to focus on our next objective. And we want to bring a green sandstone home with us. We don't have a mission for it. And in fact, it would actually behoove us to go back to the Space Center right now before we even went anywhere. Oh, I pressed the wrong button, and I'm going to fiddle around with that for a little bit, but it's a little hard to focus on finding the solution of how to get rid of it when you're flying, because if you crash, you can die. But anyways, it would behoove us to go back to the space station and collect a mission, because we would most likely have a mission to bring one of those sandstones back with us. However, we're thinking short-sighted right now. We're just in the adventure. It's so much fun being on Minmus that Tomini's just focused on getting the sandstone. And also, we're not really considering this mission completed yet. We have one more biome that we want to land in, and some ideas of what to do once we get there. So now we spotted our green sandstone among all the rest of the scatter, and we're gonna go ahead and pick that up and then head back to the craft and then hop back in the pilot seat yet again. 150 science, but we have to bring it home. We can't just tell them about it. Thankfully, we didn't travel too far away from our craft. We can still spot it with the naked eye. And we can safely RCS pack our way over there. Tomini is so happy. If only MODLIST could see him now. I'm sure she'd have something fun to say. Bartson's a good pilot, and means well. But no one had the sass and wit like MODLIST. He's gonna bring this rock home, give a piece to her family, and remember the good times. But for now, he boards with a smile, shows what he got to his pilot, who simply smiles back and says, "Good job." Now it is on Bartson to get them safely to another biome. Not only did he have the challenge of landing on a moon once, but now he's got to do it yet again. And as we zoom out, we can see that we're fairly close to our goal. We just need to head a little bit north, a little bit east, and then we can land on the flat plains of Minmus. Like I said, it doesn't have a lot of gravity here, so a little goes a long way with our trajectory. As we turn on the trajectories mod, we see here that with a little push, we're basically over the hill that we needed to be. In fact, we're going fairly high, so we've got plenty of time to work around with it. So we're gonna play around with our trajectory here and try to put ourselves in the ideal position without having to use maneuver mods. And once we get ourselves anti-normal, we burn a little bit because I want to get into this little horseshoe area. After my many times of being here at Minmus, I do know that this area right here is fairly rich in resources. And if we ever decide to plant a base here, maybe do some extra planetary launch pads, we'll want that. We'll want a refueling zone here somehow. And so it's the perfect place to plant our first flag at an ideal future site of such an endeavor. May not be now, may not be ever, but if we ever do decide, then we're already in good position. And with the trajectories mod, it makes it easy to plot exactly where we're gonna land. And this whole time, I ended up forgetting that we're not in map mode. We're actually just zoomed out. There's just so much detail here that it just looked like we were in map mode, but nonetheless, we got our Kerbal's portrait in the bottom right, telling us that they are happy. Okay, so we kind of feather it in here. We're gonna push it out a little bit later, but for now, let's just hop back, zoom back into the craft, get ourselves pointed retrograde, and ready for descent. We've got a minute left to go before impact and slightly less before we need to burn. So we're just going to tilt ourselves so we have a much better positioning for our landing gear in case we have to do a sudden shift. At this point, I decided to turn on my trajectories yet again and see exactly where I'm coming down, and I realized I'm kind of far away from the next biome. I could actually just pop this out a little bit, push it towards the edge of the flats right there, and land a lot closer. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I love the trajectories mod. If you don't play with it, there are other mods that show you where you will land, but honestly, the trajectory mods I think is the most accurate, and it's just the most intuitive for me. I kicked on the the throttle. I don't know why I didn't need to, and I adjusted away from my perfect landing zone, but nonetheless, I'll take it, and we won't burn until we need to. 38 seconds. We get word from Mission Command wishing us luck. Bartson landed on a slope earlier, so he should have no problem landing on a flat. But in space, there's never any guarantees. Ten seconds to burn. One more second, and at the 0.7 mark, we burn, cancel out our velocity, and let ourselves tip up. Like I mentioned before, we've got the 5 Terror engines, so a lot of throttle, a lot of thrust there. We utilized some of our RCS to flip ourselves around because it would be very embarrassing if we couldn't land on a flat surface. So that's why we make sure that we do. So there we go, second landing of the mission. Now we're on the flats, very glassy, a lot of reflection on it. It was actually a little hard to see it at times. It was blinding, but it was pretty fun. Excited to see what the POV crowd gets to see in a first-person perspective. But anyways, it's time to do our science again. Unfortunately, this is the same type of science that it was before. We don't get anything new from it, but fun to do nonetheless. He's doing a EVA report of himself flipping around. Probably included somewhere that he was a little bit motion sick from that, but nonetheless regains control of his RCS pack and comes back home to store his reports. Do all of the science that we can from Minmus's greater flats, and it is quite a good chunk of science for each experiment. This will be very lucrative once we can get it back home. And he gives one final salute before getting ready to do his most important science experiment, to play a round of golf. And with that, it's 125 science, or excuse me, 150 science for that, 125 for the surface sample that was taken. So let's go ahead and get him back aboard, and then it's time for Bartson to stretch his legs, because we're gonna have him have the honors of planting the first flag. There we go, the Minmus flag of the minimalist Kerbal systems for everybody flag mod has been planted. The Minmus base site has been established, and the plaque reads "First to Minmus." Milestone has been taken today, and as long as well, the milestone has been taken regardless of whether or not we get our Kerbals back home. The first flag has been planted on the surface of Minmus, and therefore the KXP crowd has now regained their losses and are once again in the running of the space race. Each side has conquered one, and so the question will be who's the first to go interplanetary, who's the first to go into deep space, and what will they see there, what will they do there. But that will be for later. For now, we need to get these Kerbals home so they can show everybody what they've got. So it really doesn't matter which direction we take off from on Minmus. Everywhere we go is going to shoot us straight up, and it's not going to take very much to get back into the orbit of Kerbin. However, there are ways of doing this very, very wrong that send you out of orbit Kerbin entirely. You can send you on a solar expedition. And now we do have 2,462 meters per second delta V, so we could go on a solar excursion, but we are playing with TAC life support, and we only have so many snacks for them, and we don't want to let them starve out there in space. So we're going to take this nice and easy. We're going to raise our apoapsis and then get ourselves into a stable orbit. As we see here, just that little bit of thrust that we gave it has already gotten us 12 kilometers above the surface. So we just plot in our circularization from there and go ahead and plot that into Flight Computer. There we have it. We now have level 3 scientist and level 2 pilot, and that's because we checked the settings when we first started to allow Kerbals to level up immediately. I feel like that's a fairly reasonable one, because you know the Kerbal learns a lot on their journey. Why wouldn't they be able to apply it after they learn it? As we see here, because we completed the orbit Minmus and the land on Minmus, we got $3 million to our name. It's a good comfortable zone to start working on bigger and grander projects. And that little bit of burn brings us to a circular orbit. We are fairly inclined, but it's not going to matter too much. We're not needing to minimize our usage of our fuel. So I first plot in our maneuver at our periapsis, which seems pretty good. It actually brings us in, but as we bring it out, we kind of lose control of the trajectory there. I add some radial out to it, and it kind of fixes it again, but I just don't like how it looks, so I decided to clear the maneuver. And you know what, I'll try it at the apoapsis, see if that gives me better results. But when I pull it out entirely, we straight escape, no matter what we do. And if I bring it out there, we can't even get back into Kerbin. So that's what I was talking about. So depending on where you launch from, it's not always a great idea to just launch straight up. So I cut the difference between the apoapsis and the periapsis, but that's no better. And so we're just going to stick with our initial maneuver somewhere near the periapsis. Doesn't need to be exactly. And we're going to just bring ourselves to that nice wide circular orbit, because we have it's only going to take us 122 meters per second to get there, and we have 2,298, so not worried in the slightest. Oh, excuse me, we have 2,298 in the stage that we have now. Once we jettison those 4 engines on the side, we'll have a full tank of another 1,200. So we could actually go to the moon. The problem that we ran into here, why we didn't end up doing another biome, because I definitely would have been considering doing another biome hop. We had a scientist on board. We could have reset everything. That wasn't the problem. The problem is we ran out of storage space. We no longer had enough room to store any more science experiments. We couldn't take another sandstone. We couldn't take, well, we can't have 2 sandstones anyways, but we couldn't take any more surface samples, any more material studies, none of that. And so unfortunately, if we were to do this again, we would have to bring more science storage units to gather all the data that we have. That or a mobile processing lab, which would be probably better. Seriously, the POV crowd had it right. Get a mobile processing lab in orbit of Minmus first, before anything else, and then utilize that to just take all the science gains. I was unfortunate to see their failure happen in the last episode. It would have been really interesting to see them get Kerbals on the surface of Minmus and then rendezvousing up with the space station to deliver the science. That would have been a fun mission, but Alas, we get to do something similar first, but no space station for us. But anyways, at our periapsis, we go ahead and just flagrantly burn fuel with no regard to efficiency, because we don't need to. So with our maneuver in place, we're going to drop down our periapsis just a little bit lower, just get right above the Kerbin line, and we're going to utilize that, and then we're going to plot in another maneuver at our periapsis once we get there to circularize before coming home, because there's no need to come in extra fiery if we don't need to. So we get ready to say goodbye to Minmus as we time warp our way out. It was nice knowing you. Wasn't nice tasting you. A letdown, to be sure. Just to take a quick second, I'm gonna pose my theory that Minmus is not a ball of minty green ice cream, but in fact a wasabi pea. Think about that one. And with that, we bring our periapsis down to about 100 kilometers. Nice and safe. We have no danger of accidentally falling into the atmosphere. So let's go ahead and plot a circularization burn at our periapsis. Initially, I was going to bring it down by hand because I was going to just plot in our general descent, but I decided to circularize instead. It does take 882 meters per second delta V. Which is quite a lot, but again, we have over twice that, so over twice that in this stage, so not afraid. This lander is very overpowered, and it's good to see because we should take a look at the delta V charts and see where else this thing could possibly go. We may be able to land on another moon, probably not another planet, but definitely another moon with this. May need some more life support, but it could be possible. The goals of going interplanetary have never been closer for the KXP crowd, and so already starting brainstorming where to go next. Thinking Duna would be cool. Always, Duna is always the sensible option to go next, but we've never been to any of the moons of Eve. We've never even been to Eve, so that could be fun as well. Jewel looks amazing. We can start sending probes into Jewel and sending Kerbals to the other moons of it, but I don't know. I'm not sure where to go next with this. If you have any thoughts and any wishes of which place you want to see first in the KXP viewpoint, let me know in the comments down below. We'll weigh out our options. Maybe I'll make a survey if enough people are interested in weighing in on that. But for now, let's go ahead and plot in our return to Kerbal. We actually have the ability of coming in above the KXP, but we do end up messing up that maneuver right here as we extend out. And I don't realize that we're not actually in the atmosphere now. That white line represents where we enter the atmosphere. So we're going to overshoot the KSC considerably. But nonetheless, it's nice to know that we're close enough. So yeah, we have over 1,800 Delta V remaining that we're just going to jettison into the surface. And just, waste all that. But unfortunately, we don't have a heat shield to protect us. And initially I thought, hey, it might be kind of cool to just do a powered landing on this with 5 Terror engines. Surely I have enough thrust to keep myself up. But I did not want to risk chain reaction explosions from the different fuel tanks exploding, carrying all the way up into the capsule. So we are going to jettison it. We activated our descent action group, which should have collected all of the science from the capsule. However, we are in cinematic mode, so we didn't get to see the notification of that. So now the heating effect starts to work up, and it is pretty cool to see on our craft. However, the real star of the show today is all the extra pieces that we jettisoned, because every single one of them have the Firefly effect added to them, and they all come trailing in with us. It's quite a sight to see. And like I said, we are over the ocean. Definitely overshot our target considerably. But over the ocean is still pretty good, nice, softer touchdowns. Easy to find. Easy to get to. Nothing like a mission well done, landing in the daytime, being able to see where you're going, being able to look around you in third person, see everything of where you're going in your craft. It's a good life. It's a good life for these Kerbals and their explorations. I do want to take a quick second and let y'all know that in the coming weeks I am going to take a quick pause on both the KXP and the POV series to work on how we are going to get interplanetary. That is quite the achievement for us right now, especially if we go to any place that we've never been to. We need to practice there, so we are going to be working on that. But in the meantime, we are still going to be doing Kerbal on Mondays and Fridays. We have RP1 still coming every Wednesday, no change to that. But on Mondays and Fridays, I'm going to have a couple other things for you. I've got a couple videos of, I want to show you a couple mods that I really enjoy that I don't really see people talking about. I'm thinking I might do another episode of the bargain bin rocket parts, because that was actually really fun playing around with that mod. I've got a couple ideas in the works they're not playthrough videos, but I think they're going to be pretty fun Kerbal episodes nonetheless. So just want to let you know for that, to expect that. And then when we come back in a couple weeks, we will be, like I mentioned, setting our sights on higher goals. In the POV crowd, they have one last mission to accomplish, and then they too will be able to handle such a feat as well. We're also going to think about establishing colonies on Minmus, because we're going to be sending stuff interplanetary, but we can also do other things in the meantime. So we may work on sending something interplanetary and then focus on going back to Minmus and establishing a surface colony there. Definitely a space station. But anyways, as we get our report back, our science report says that we earned a whopping total of 37.5 science solely from the recovery of the vessel, and that is because that action group that I had set to take all the science from the collector into the capsule didn't work. I don't know if it wasn't set correctly or if it just wasn't it was a faulty action group or whatnot, but nonetheless, all that science gone. That pretty green sandstone gone. Surface samples gone. So unfortunately, we will be sending another landing party to Minmus, and that that will be part of the surface station or part of the space station episode. But anyways, that will be in the next one. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're looking forward for more KXP. If you did think about subscribing, drop me a like, let me know your thoughts, and I will see y'all in the next one. Take care.